administratif ou bien il y a une visite? Non, il y a tout la gestion éducative. Il y a aussi la partie. Ok.
Bonjour.
La maladie jusqu'à les références d'évaluation. Il paye. C'est parce qu'il doit payer le promoteur. Le promoteur doit payer tout ça. C'est combien? 200 000 sous. Nous, à peu près, c'est 3 millions 500. 200 000 sous.
Appelez-vous, réfléchissez. Vous réfléchissez longtemps là.
Le problème, je n'ai pas encore fait ma conversion. Moi, je vous ai envoyé la photo.
J'ai déjà reçu. J'ai reçu. Sans le fond, on n'avait pas de ressources. Et là, tu assistes, tu signes ça.
Il est prisé. C'est là, le mois de la présidence.
Non, l'argent là ne suffit jamais. Parce que raison de plus pour quelle année plus. Il y a les arachides du Cameroun. C'est les arachides du Cameroun. Mon frère du Togo, Kofi. C'est les arachides du Cameroun.
Il y a des arachides du Sénégal.
Bien sûr, chaque terre a. Tu sais, quand. Si tu arrives, quand les enfants, pendant les vacances chez nous, font les activités commerciales dans les bureaux, ils disent arachide du village, on me demande quel village. Après, il dit ton village, parce qu'il veut te vendre tes arachides. Tu dis mon village, c'est où? Il ne sait plus.
C'était notre principale ressource. Oui, on fait 1 million de tonnes par année. Mais maintenant, quand on a le pétrole,
Vous allez abandonner un peu.
comme les Africains, on abandonne tout. Quand tu faut quand le pétrole, c'est comme des
Non, mais vous devez tirer profit des expériences passées. Bonjour. Non, non, je sais. Hein?
D'abord, le débat. Vous savez, c'est tellement dur que le petit frère du président, là, il a tellement souffert. Le patron, là, il ne faut pas toucher. Regarde. Il tient ici de midi à... Le matin.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bon dia, bonjour, chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs. Muito bom dia, senhoras e senhores. In one of your languages.
Hamjambo, habari.
From Kenya.
السلام عليكم صباح الخير Arabic language تمام
أهلا وسهلا. English.
Good morning.
صباح wanaagsan.
Kenya.
እንዴት አደራችሁ?
You jumping me.
Okay, so we have our third day already. We are already more than halfway our road. And today, Colleen will take the floor as the facilitator. And I'm just introducing the first slides. We have some new participants, and I think you will soon be in the room. One very important, let's say, person representing SADC Secretariat, Robin, he should be here soon. Okay, so we all remember, I think, our agenda for today. We have, as always, let me greet all participants online and, of course, our participants in the room. Please mind the interpretation devices and channels because of our multilingual environment. We know the objectives, and I think one of the objectives is being achieved a little bit. One of the objectives is to encourage, motivate countries that are in these first steps of developing thinking and developing their NQFs, National Qualifications Frameworks, and I think we see quite a lot of interest, enthusiasm in the room by several countries. So as we were saying, today we have a very interesting and rich day. We will be talking about recognition of qualifications. We will be talking about validation of learning, which is maybe also a wider even concept, and registers of qualifications, and the use of one of those skills classifications we mentioned in the first day to support curriculum development and development of qualifications standards. When we speak about collecting data from the labor market actors, employers, difficulties with getting stakeholders involved, in fact, we have these tools that help because they contain quite a lot of information about skills by occupation. So we have at the starting point, as yesterday, a case, a concrete practical case. It will be an update done by our colleagues from IGAD on the IGAD RQF. So Sagal Abdullah and Dr. Kebede Tsegaya. Then we go to a 1 hour interaction with our dear colleague from UNESCO, Mr. Abdoulaye Salifou, who happens also to be a brother. We are both from Benin. So he's going to tell us about the Addis Recognition Convention. Why is it so important? But I think his first part will be about the global convention. And he will offer us one of the presentations in French, the other one in English. So that's why we need to mind the two languages. Then session 17. We have then a session on RPL, which is based on ACQF training module 4, which is about validation of learning, RPL and CATS, Credit Accumulation and Transfer System. In this case, our colleague Fidelis is going to lead us, to give us very interesting orientations, generic about RPL, and the proposals of the training module and guideline, ACQF. And then we have Matthias Bonongo from Minefop, Cameroon, telling us about the concrete country case Cameroon VAE, validation des acquis de l'expérience. After lunch, we have then the continuation of the validation of learning with a presentation by James Mwewa. He's here with us in the room, James. And he is going to talk with us about credit accumulation and transfer system. And this content is also based on the ACQF training module 4. As case study, we have Kenya, Credit Accumulation and Transfer Policy System, A lot of progress has been done by Kenya in this area. And Dr. Mukwana will introduce very briefly the topic. Then he has to go to the airport. And our friend Winnie Bulimu from KNQA is going to do the presentation from Zoom. That's why we have this hybrid modality, so that we can combine the two things. Then session 19 will be about registers of qualifications, a brief session, and the last, and then we have Q&A. And before we have still ESCO. ESCO is the European Skills Occupations Classification. And that's where we are going to learn about how ESCO can be used for curriculum development, to support curriculum development. Let me quickly just remind from our model there. We can see that we are gradually covering all those pillars, isn't it? We see that we have already covered this central part, the NQF policy conceptual technical design. It was the first day as well as yesterday with Colin's presentation. Then we have spoken about the top part there, which is stakeholders, involvement, setup, institutional setting. We spoke yesterday about qualifications, specifications, standards, development of qualifications yesterday and also on the first day. And today, the three arrows are credit accumulation and transfer system, qualifications database, register, and RPL. And tomorrow we are going to cover quality assurance, for example, and on Friday, monitoring and evaluation. And so basically we are covering all the pillars of our model. Let me use then, just move further. We all know the model. You know that all this information is contained in the 10 ACQF training modules. The speakers I've already mentioned. We have many speakers today. They are all also presented, introduced in the book of speakers and trainers. You have seen it. They are all marked here, highlighted. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution. And as always, colleagues, let us continue that, let's say, method that is working quite well. Comments, ideas, suggestions, also more elaborated questions. Let us write them down and use those boards. Today we have their day 3. Still free, no comments yet, because Naveen did not start yet. But I know you did. Oh, so I didn't see. So Naveen, he did the first step. And so this is working very well. Colleen is going to provide a number of comments and, let's say, replies to the many. You can see day 2. We had so many cards on the board, which is, I think, a very good manifestation of dynamics, interests, and deep involvement of each one of you in this conversation and journey together. I think this is more or less, okay. Before I pass the floor to Colleen, and she's going then to lead, guide, steer this day, I want, of course, to pinpoint the newly arrived participant. He's arriving late, and we still are looking at him. In fact, he's, please.
Thanks.
1 minute.
No, 30 seconds. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I can call you sister, I suppose. Yeah, because we've been working a lot. Thank you all. For those that don't know me, my name is Robin. I work at SADC Secretariat. I'm the one leading the education skills development area. So we've been working a lot with Eduarda. She's been very supportive, especially under the AQF project. So there are a number of issues going on. We look forward to the discussions today, because there's still a number of issues that needs to be resolved. So I'll probably put 2 issues there. Hopefully we'll discuss that later. One is which is very important, the articulation of TVET in the National Qualifications Framework. How do we do that? But also second, and that pretty much will talk to my colleagues from South Africa, Seychelles, and Mauritius. After alignment or referencing, what next? And I think for us as Iraq, it's extremely important in terms of this. Hopefully we'll have this discussion later. But thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks for finding time to be here with us. We know you are so busy. Thank you very much. So, Colleen, you are in green, which is the color of hope. And I know you are going to inspire us all. Thank you in advance.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. You know, Eduarda is from Africa, born and bred, and she has thanked everybody and she hasn't thanked herself. And she is the energy in this room. Everything that you see there, it's Eduarda's energy, even though we know we've all played a part, but it's Eduarda's energy. And I just want everybody, I know she's very sensitive and she's very humble and she doesn't like this, but I think we all need to give her a warm round of applause. Don't cry. Thank you very much. Before I go on to this, because we're going to go immediately into the next session after that, just a few house rules. The PCR testing, for those of you who need it for your travel back to your country, the PCR testing will be done tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You need to give your names to Darshana. Darshana, can you just put your hand up? You need to give your names to Darshana by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, but I suggest you do it as soon as possible. The test will cost 950 Rand, but please give your names to Eduarda. Then in terms of the tea, we're not going to have a tea break. You will just go and fetch tea and something to eat during the course of the day. And then on your table, there are registers. Can you all please fill it in? If you didn't fill it in yesterday, can you please fill it in today? You know, in South Africa, we're very strict about those kinds of things for auditing purposes. So if you can please complete the registers. Thank you very much. And you know, I'm very animated. So when you see me doing a little dance, you know that I'm very excited. And when I work with Eduarda, I do become a bit excited. So we're going to move on to the comments and questions now. Because I'm also facilitating, I need to be very careful about the time. So what we did yesterday, we grouped the questions around themes. And although you can see there are many more themes, but we just grouped it around 4 themes, and I'm just going to go through it. So we said digital credentials and e-certificates, learning outcomes and level descriptors, NQF development and governance. And then there were some questions in French that we couldn't really fully understand, but we will deal with it today. So for these questions, most of the replies are actually in the materials that is available on the ACQF website. And I please urge everyone, you know, we've got a fantastic website. It is up to date, even with this event. It is up to date. Please click on it. You'll find everything that you need. So the digital credential questions, how do I get rid of this now? Oh, anyway, let me just. So a digital credential, people were asking, do you need to have an NQF to develop a digital credential system? And we said a digital credential system is just an electronic certificate process. So you don't actually need you don't need an NQF to do that. Eduarda, can you just, I don't know how to get back to this presentation. Oh, but how do you get rid of this now? Okay, maybe just leave it there. Okay, then people were asking about principles of digital credentials in terms of refugees. And we are saying we are able to recognize refugee qualifications. You know, there is a process, and a lot of countries are actually working with other agencies in order to do that. And you are able to issue documentation, even though that refugee does not have a clear documentation that you can go to that country to say, did this person study here? Because obviously for safety reasons. The cost of the e-certificate project, we did speak to Miriam. It's not immediately available, but those are negotiated arrangements. And then someone also asked, are we developing a new form of inequality in terms of electricity bandwidth? What about the rural areas? What about visually impaired? So we have a very basic response to say technology is evolving. And the aim is to simplify and make it portable and cheaper. The digital way is actually much easier than having to travel to submit paper copies. So a digital way is a way of reaching people. In terms of people were asking, so how do visually impaired, apply for this process? Our response was that the visually impaired receive normal certification, and even if they are studying, there's an assisted process, and there was no special service fees in terms of the visually impaired that we know of. If people cannot use the online platform, they can come into the office to be helped in the office, or they can phone in and people will assist them on the phone. So that for those people who don't know how to use the online platform. In terms of level descriptors and learning outcomes, people were asking, so what's the difference between a level descriptor and a credit level descriptor? And we're saying credits quantify that level, the outcomes on that level. So there shouldn't be a distinction. And we don't know how it was conceptualized in that country. And then level descriptors are for an entire framework. It's not reserved for one sector only or for one sub-framework only. So if you have a set of level descriptors, it's better to have one set of level descriptors, and then all qualifications must meet those level descriptors, whether TVET, general, higher education, you write it for a level. Then it was something about the HR officer. How can the HR officer differentiate between different qualifications at the same level? And we were saying that if that qualification is at a specific level, there may be a postgraduate diploma and a degree. It's the same generic outcome. And it's only if you need, if there's a difference in the salary scales, because some people say you must have a degree, then you can take that into account. But in terms of the level descriptor, it is the same outcome at that level. Then this was specifically for the Ethiopian qualifications framework. We thought that question was asking if the Ethiopian qualifications framework can consider changing the access levels into levels 1 and 2, because we thought it was a 10-level framework. And then school leaving becomes level 3. We were a little bit worried that school leaving was at level 1, and across the world, there's no other qualifications framework that has a school leaving qualification at level 1. And then obviously the level descriptors need to be comparable as well. So that was specific for the Ethiopian. Then we thought the one question was about African Continental Qualifications Framework level descriptors. And because the person wanted to know, was it a comparison done across Africa? We've all seen that there's a mapping study, there are thematic briefs, an orientation paper. So there's extensive research that was done in that drafting. And then there was a task team that undertook to develop a first set of the descriptors. There was an approach. The ACQF was involved, and I think it was about a 6-month process. Then also, when you're developing level descriptors, you cannot include everything, because level descriptors are supposed to be generic, broad, it's supposed to be general. So you can't include every single nuance. So you write it in such a way that when people interpret it, they can add in innovation, ethics, the 5 Ps of sustainability and so on. So you write it in such a way so that when it is interpreted, that is how it can be done. But we said, at country level, at nation level, you can deepen the level descriptors. So people were asking, when you're starting an NQF, what's the best type of NQF? What is simple? In our opinion, we're saying it is best to start a comprehensive, something that includes schooling, TVET, and higher education. Because if you start with one, then that becomes the focus, and it's difficult to get the other stakeholders on board. But if you're saying we're starting a comprehensive, all the stakeholders sit together, your aim is to develop a comprehensive framework. So we're saying that it's better to do that. And when you're also developing a framework, and I remember a lot of people used to come to South Africa to say your NQF is working well, we're going to use the same approach. And we always said, you need to understand what purpose will the NQF serve in your country. So you cannot take a recipe that works somewhere else and blindly apply it. You must look at what problem do you want to solve with that NQF? What is the purpose? Okay, and then people said, in this training, there are countries at different stages of development, and they have different needs and different resources and so on. And we thought that was about the ACQF. You know, is the ACQF going to be kind of imposed on countries? Because we weren't sure if that was the gist of that question. And we're saying that the ACQF is not going to impose on any country. It's not going to supersede any country. And it's not going to replace any NQFs. It's at a regional level. Then we thought this was about NQF development and governance. And people were saying, when you have two qualification proposals, when you're moving from a sectoral qualification to a comprehensive qualifications framework, it requires a lot of stakeholder engagement. And a rethink, and like people were asking, what are the tools of harmonization? I think if you look at some of the research that was done for the African Continental Qualifications Framework, you can see in the governance part, there's quite a lot of research that was done to see what is the governance model that will suit the ACQF. Now, we also thought a similar approach needs to be taken in the country to see what is the appropriate governance model and what are the tools of harmonization. So the country knows what will work best for them. However, we said they need to also look across to other regions and other countries, because when that qualifications framework is developed, then it must be comparable regionally and internationally. So best practice and what has worked in other countries, you need to look at, you need to consider that. Also, a governance model cannot be imposed on a country. However, we said if there are sufficient resources, we believe that it is best to have a body that's only looking after the NQF. So like a qualifications body that looks after the National Qualifications Framework. And then the other quality assurance bodies see to the delivery of the learning. And there's a whole lot of things. There's accreditation, there's institutional audits, there's all of those things. But we believe that when you're starting an NQF, you need a body to look after the NQF. Then the question on the end there, it said, how can you evaluate, or how can you recognize a qualification from another country? And we're saying already now people are doing that. They are evaluating for, qualifications from other countries. And if that country has an NQF, then it's actually easier to do that because an NQF is based on learning outcomes, level descriptors. So you're able to it actually eases that comparison. Then there was some question about flexibility, and we weren't sure what exactly was the gist of the question, but we framed the answer in this way to say that when you have an NQF, there needs to be flexibility. So in an NQF, you got your TVET, your technical vocational education, you got higher education, and you got general education. So all three of those need to articulate, there needs to be some flexibility. We know that people can move from general to higher and general to TVET. We know that's a given. But can they move from TVET to higher? And can they move from higher to TVET? So that kind of flexibility. Then also that qualifications framework in one country needs to be able to speak to a qualifications framework in another country. It must be comparable. And then the question was, do NQFs or RQFs actually promote mobility? I remember this question, this is an old question that we got some time ago. So where do you find evidence of this? And we're saying that there is enough evidence, even if a country is saying learners have traveled to India or to Japan, and those authorities called our authorities to ask for confirmation that the learner has indeed received that qualification, that you can look at that. There is enough evidence. You can look at annual reports of authorities. And there's a lot of research that's actually done with this, where people track the mobility of people. And then this was a suggestion. I mean, it's not for us to say, but someone suggested for the AU, the African Union, and I see Nicholas, the African Union to have interministerial policy for education so that a percentage of budget can be allocated to the NQF. So that was a suggestion. Thank you for that, Nicholas. And then there were questions in French. I know this one. I spoke to Ulfa this one year, and I wasn't quite sure, and maybe Ulfa can come in there, where from what I gathered was that the approach for competence, it's silent on the soft skills, because learning outcomes, when you write learning outcomes, you're going to have things like communicate effectively, analyze, interpret, and those, like the soft skills. So how do the approach for competence, how does that include those soft skills? I'm not sure if that is the question. And then I wasn't sure, I don't know if Eduarda, if you can perhaps just.
So you want me to read, yeah? I will ask actually the author, maybe. So all these cards are, of course, available there on the board. Si vous voulez bien dire l'essentiel,
Oui,
s'il vous plaît.
oui. Alors, ça a été, de toute façon, ces questions que, c'est-à-dire, je les ai présentées hier et je les ai écrites. Donc, la première, ça concernait la liaison qu'on doit établir entre les acquis d'apprentissage et les soft skills. Pourquoi j'ai utilisé le terme soft skills? Parce que on a remarqué qu'il y a eu confusion entre soft skills, les compétences transversales, les compétences transposables, les compétences non techniques. Donc, c'est pour cette raison que j'ai utilisé soft skills et j'aimerais bien avoir un nom commun, c'est-à-dire par rapport au glossaire, qu'est-ce qu'on utilise et qu'est-ce qu'on dit par rapport aux soft skills en français, bien sûr. Ça, c'était la première. La deuxième, j'ai dit, est-ce qu'on parle tous de la même approche par compétence? Parce que j'ai parlé hier qu'on a été obligé d'adapter notre approche pour qu'on puisse mettre en place le cadre national au niveau de nos programmes. Voilà, et merci.
Merci beaucoup, Olfa, pour votre question. Donc, par rapport à soft skills, nous avons eu une présentation, la toute première présentation, le premier jour, qui s'est justement adressée à cette question. Les différents types de skills, donc de notions, de concepts de skills, notamment soft skills, transversal skills. Cette présentation, elle existe. Si vous, et les sources aussi. Donc, vous pouvez utiliser soft skills. Évidemment, vous pouvez utiliser transversal skills. C'est à vous de définir aussi dans votre pays exactement comment vous déterminez le périmètre de l'un et de l'autre et de définir dans votre glossaire national, disons, du cadre national des certifications ou bien de la formation professionnelle. Il y a une très bonne source qui est de Unevoc, c'est le Tibetpedia, c'est indiqué dans la présentation, qui contient toute une liste avec des définitions concrètes des types de skills. Et vous y trouverez soft skills, transversal skills, green skills, hybrid skills, basic skills, life skills, technical skills. Donc, vous pouvez vous référer à cette source. Et puis, la façon d'intégrer dans les certifications, bon, c'est un processus, on peut aussi discuter, comme je disais hier, il y a plusieurs pays ici dans la salle qui le font de manière tout à fait systématique. Et c'est une question même de parler si on veut, si vous voulez qu'on discute de cette question, on peut le faire dans la dernière session encore. Merci. Donc, il y avait donc une proposition fort pertinente qui est sortie ici de cette table de nos collègues des pays d'Afrique centrale et occidentale, donc les pays qui utilisent le français comme langue officielle, une des langues, et qui ont proposé, suite justement à la discussion, aux défis soulevés par Mathias, par Olfa, l'idée de, au fait, développer, appliquer une APC plus contextualisée, plus adaptée aux conditions, aux objectifs, à la culture même dans différents pays africains. Et donc l'idée d'une APC type Afrique. Et nous avons trouvé que c'était une bonne idée, pourquoi pas le mettre bien en haut. Il y a un petit travail qui se fait en ce moment dans le cadre du projet ACQF et qui pourrait aller dans cette direction. Donc, on a commencé un travail d'élaboration d'un handbook, d'un manuel, disons, assez simple sur APC, et on pourrait discuter un peu plus pour orienter ce travail-là justement dans cette direction d'une APC type Afrique. Discutons ça. Non, ici c'est APC type Afrique. Non, je suis en train de parler de création d'une APC type Afrique qui était donc une idée assez globale. Voilà, merci. I think we should go on because yes. The other question is very much about understanding of APC interpretation.
Thank you very much, Eduarda, and thank you to our French speakers that gave us some helpful information. I think that's the end of this presentation. Okay, that's just comments from day one. Erika, can you load the second presentation, please? And I think we can call up the Morning Star. So what we have now, she said her name means Morning Star, Mr. Gal Abdul and Kebede Segaye.
Yeah, I think she makes the presentation. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Colin, for your excellent introduction and also praise to Edward. I hope you would agree if I join you in saying the same, that we really appreciate Eduarda for her agility, for versatility, and also for her leadership. And you can see even from the language that she speaks, the energy that she has, she's a true mover. And I think like me, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to extend, since this is, I think, the first formal appearance on my behalf as a representative of IGAD, one of the pillars of the African Union, to express our profound appreciations to Eduarda for her leadership, and to the African Union. And also, I think I have a colleague here, Professor Mukwana, who is a citizen of IGAD, and wears a number of hats in terms of facilitating this both continental and regional qualification framework, or IGAD QF. I would like to extend my sincere appreciations to all member states who are fully represented. In fact, we have a surplus, which is an indication of their commitment and interest in participating in what is continental and also learning from the continental to develop the regional as well as their own national qualification framework. I appreciate your keen interest and also active participation. I would like the whole to join me to thank them by applause. Thank you very much. And you know, these are my constituencies, so I should really be very grateful to them. You know, actually, I've been an insider to the AU for quite some time. I've been part of the second decade of education, and I am very grateful to the Continental Organization, our umbrella organization, to lead the process in one, increasing the visibility and importance of education in all its entirety, and also working on this continental qualifications framework. I think this is very much part of the free trade, the African free trade agreement, and the entire free movement of persons within the region and between the regional economic communities. And then I think we were part of the various processes of the development of educational agenda, like the CESA in 2015, STISA. I used to be part of the monitoring and evaluation task force led by Professor Philip Moako. I used to be also a member, I'm still a member of the teacher development cluster within CESA, and we are working very closely, and we have a very vibrant teacher training program derived from there and from our own regional education policy program. Our education program is derived from the Agenda 2063, the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 4, the CRRF, because we are dealing with a special group of people that are displaced, forcibly displaced by conflict and drought and other emergencies, refugees, IDPs, migrants, and returnees. So this is a comprehensive framework for addressing the education needs of this specific group of populations. It's also derived from the GCR, the Global Compact on Refugees, as well as the Nairobi Plan of Action, which is a result of the heads of state and government of the IGAD region to address displacement affected communities challenges, including education, health, and livelihood, skills, livelihoods, for which the qualification frameworks are very, very critical. And our regional education policy framework has these key common cardinal principles: accessibility, quality, affordability, relevance, and equity. And then we deal with all levels of education, from pre-primary or early childhood development to tertiary education. We also focus on gender and education, technical and vocational education and skills development, and also development of teachers, science, and also science, technology, and innovation. So we are dealing with a wide range of programs. The qualification framework, therefore, is to address and all these skills that are developed and competencies that are developed through the various education programs. The qualification framework is part of the implementation of what we call the Djibouti Declaration. The Djibouti Declaration was adopted in 2017. It is about education for refugees, returnees, and host communities. It has 5 key priority areas. One is the qualifications framework, and the second one is technical vocational education and the skills development, and the third one, inclusive education. I think that's very, very important in the context of leaving no one behind. And then certification, assessment of comparability of skills, and then recognition. So this qualification frameworks that we are developing will address all these. So I think in brief, That's what we do at IGAD. And the presentation by Sagal will actually take us through the various processes of developing the qualifications framework, and then where we are now and where we'll be heading in the next few months. Just so briefly, we started this process in 2019. Then we developed a roadmap for the development of the qualifications framework in partnership with UNESCO and the government of Germany through GIZ. And then we had a series of consultations, including one last May in Nairobi, where we had the opportunity to take our member states to the very well-developed qualification agency of Kenya under the leadership of Professor Mukwana. We were able to see the various programs and the facilities, and then I think we are learning a lot from our own member state and in the region. Then we are planning for a series of consultations to validate at the regional level, and then that validation by experts will be very critical for its adoption in December by our ministers in Djibouti. So we are hoping to have a concrete regional qualification framework adopted in December, and then we'll talk about not about developing it, but about implementing it, rolling it out into the members. But this doesn't actually, as someone wrote here, it doesn't supersede, it doesn't replace the national qualification framework. We are encouraging our member states to develop their respective national qualification framework. We are very happy that Ethiopia has come forward with a comprehensive qualification framework, and all our other member states are working on one national qualification framework and national qualification agencies that will oversee the implementation of their own national tools for recognition of qualifications. With these few words, I would like to invite Sagal to take us through. Sagal is, you see how we are blended. The very young one and then the youngest one. And yeah, I think, and then you see how we are different. We have a woman, a girl, and then a very good young man. So we are also gender balanced. Thank you very much, Sagal. You have the floor.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Kebede. So I will quickly go through the draft regional qualifications framework. But before doing so, just to give you a little bit of background. So we are from the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. We come from a very rich and diverse region made up of 8 countries: Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, and Sudan. We are headquartered in Djibouti with offices actually in most of these countries. So as Dr. Kebede said, this has been a very iterative process, grounded really in the need to not only create inclusive environments for our citizens to be able to not only learn in their own countries, but also to access education when they are moving through this world. Our region is also quite affected by several crises, so conflict, environmental crises. So we have people moving across and between borders. It's been quite a sisterly, I guess, experience where some of our countries are not only producers of vulnerable populations like refugees, but also are hosting small country like Djibouti has been one of the most impressive inclusive countries to be hosting refugees, and we've learned a significant amount from how they've been able to host and integrate refugees. They don't have refugee camps. People are a part of the society. The host community has welcomed this population coming from diverse places, from Ethiopia, Somalia, Yemen. So there's much to learn also from our region. So in terms of process, IGAD has identified the development and harmonization of qualifications as a key strategy for integration. regional integration. As Dr. Kabede said, our work is grounded in the IGAD Regional Strategy for Education 2020 to 2025, and this work is being supported by GIZ as well as UNESCO and Education Cannot Wait. Over the past 3 years, through these partnerships, we've been able to develop a roadmap through our partnership with UNESCO. This was really the baseline for how we would envision our regional qualifications framework. As it stands, only one country, member state, Kenya, has an operational national qualifications. Ethiopia is at an advanced stage now, congratulations, and also is in the process of developing a TVET strategy. So there is work. I mean, over the last 2 days, we've been hearing a lot of, there are implicit qualifications frameworks. They're being implemented differently, and people have been able to assess and verify qualifications in their own ways. What we're looking to do is really establish a standard that can guide harmonization across across the member states. So we have had, it's been a very iterative process, as I mentioned. We've had a series of consultations ranging from expert meetings where we've been able to really have conversations with our member states to learn about their education systems, but also to learn about how they are doing assessments, how they're doing verification, how they're doing accreditation as it stands. We've been able to establish a core group in each of the member states representing various levels of education, so TVET, basic and general education, as well as higher education, and bringing these people around the same tables to have these very difficult discussions around what's possible and what is not possible. So we have also, through the support of GIZ, engaged a consultant who is not new to you. So we've been working very closely with Dr. Makwana. We've been privileged to, and really walking alongside each other to learn from Kenya, but also to elaborate what it is that our member states are determined to achieve. So the purpose of the regional qualifications framework is for mobility purposes. As you know, as Dr. Kabede shared with you, we're interested in providing opportunities for our citizens to move across borders. And for the ones that are in situations like protracted refugee situations, to be able to really access their full potential. And to be able to use their background knowledge, whether it's vocational training, whether it's formalized training, whether it's a skill that they've harnessed and used over the years, looking for ways to actually formalize and support these individuals when they are crossing these borders. For quality control, I mean, mutual trust is something we've been talking about a lot. We have countries that are working together, countries that know, member states that know each other very well. We have Somalis that are being assessed in Kenya, and there's much to learn there. And so really cultivate an environment where we have mutual trust and where we're able to trust the qualification that's coming to our member states. To have information, this has been something that's been really interesting to learn. We've learned a lot from the ACQF. Ooh, wow, 2 minutes. So I will share. So this is really, I'll go through the elements of our RQF. So as Dr. Kabede mentioned, the RQF will not replace national qualifications. It's a means to really stimulate our member states to be able to develop their own national qualifications frameworks. We are also not working on an island. We acknowledge those that have come before us, like SADC, whose work is really something that is integrated into the development of the regional qualifications framework, and is something that we hope to learn from as we envision implementation and walk towards implementation. So the IGAD regional qualifications framework will encompass various instruments, including a guideline, a policy document, a governance document, and a resource mobilization document. We will also continuously be providing advocacy space for member states to be able to develop their national qualifications, really looking at ways to strengthen, collaborate across member states, but also to formulate a process and a group of interested RQF and QF enthusiasts at the member state level. The presentation is online, and I didn't touch on it at all, and I'm so sorry, but really our RQF has 10 levels. It is based on some of the best practices that I mentioned, like SADC. It is at the stage where we are going to validate. So in October, we'll go through a scrutiny process where member states will come around the same tables and really go through the document and address some of the gaps, but also integrate their own views and their own perspectives and contexts into the RQF. We want to make sure that this is something that represents all people and does not isolate anybody. That's hard to do, but we are a learning organ and we value our member states. So the benefits really is to give language and to give credence to the member states to develop their their own national qualifications, to have language around alignment, and to also develop different governance structures like regional advisory committees, as well as a community of practice made up of experts in the region, but also internationally. We also will explore RPL. This is something that Kenya has just started, and we have the privilege of having Kenya as a member state, so we walk alongside them. So right now, again, as Dr. Kibede mentioned, we're still at development stage. We envision a world where we'll have a strong structure, where we're able to support our member states, but also have expertise at the regional level to be able to continuously strengthen and support this process. And yeah, and so training and capacity building and all that the ACQF project is grounded in is something that is aligned really with our own principles. So thank you so much. And we're here and we're available. And also we'll be calling on many of you as we continue this process, because it's really such a privilege to have all of you around the same room, and we can see from all the presentations that have been made, all the hard work that's been put into this. So, I mean, I hope everybody's paying attention. A lot of work goes into this, and we're with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't leave, don't leave. There are two very important questions in the chat box. We're going to respond to it immediately. Eduarda can just read it.
Are we checking? Erika can put them on screen? Yeah. Okay. So there is a question from Dr. Janene, another one from Dr. Emmanuel from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
Maybe Dr. Mukwana
Dr. Mukwana.
help also responding.
Okay. So the first question from Dr. Ganena is, isn't accreditation and certification of programs part of the qualifications framework? Do the two components in EGAD education quality standards and accreditation and certification of programs supplement each other, or each is treated separately? One.
I will say a word, and then I think they are one. So we don't have a separate one, but they are treated in the same document. So they will be handled in the same qualification framework. We don't have a separate one. Professor Mukwana, maybe just a word on that.
Okay, so for now we are looking at developing the regional qualification framework. We've not moved to the level where now we will develop guidelines to guide the various processes like accreditation, quality assurance. So our understanding is we'll have a structure. Then after that, we'll come up with the guidelines that will enable us to deal with issues of accreditation issues of quality assurance, RPL, and other aspects. So for now, where we are really is to agree on the structure of a system that will work for the IGAD region, and then the rest will come in the next level.
Yeah, what's that?
So how will you sync the NQFs
Countries,
How
yeah.
will you sync NQFs of various countries to that of the regional when only Kenya has developed an NQF? Is there any policy on RPL and equivalent of qualifications to support the movement of refugees?
Yeah. Again, I think, yes, the regional qualification framework is to help countries that do not have national qualification framework to develop their own. And then it will also contribute to the attainment of the goals of the continental qualifications framework. So it will serve a very good purpose, multi-directional purpose. But at the same time, well, we have started with Kenya, and Ethiopia is following, and all other countries will develop their own national qualification framework. When we have all the national qualifications framework developed, then we will actually have a regional regional qualification authority or agency composed of the national entities. Until then, we will provide the platform through the ACQF to continue the conversation, the consultation, and then learning from each other. I think that's what I can say on this level. And then what's the other part of the
maybe if I was to add something, as Sagal said, part of the work, part of the purpose of this qualification framework is to support member countries to start thinking about their own national qualification framework. So this is going to be a good guiding document. So we do know that in the region now, Kenya is doing some work. Ethiopia has already followed suit. I can see South Sudan is very enthusiastic, Somalia. So part of what we would envisage is that this regional qualification framework will ignite and stimulate member countries to develop their own national qualification framework, and we see that coming quite fast.
So it's actually it's an embodiment of existing practices at both national and regional levels. At the same time, also provide stimulus for the development of national qualification frameworks. And I think that's what I want to say, that we are emphasizing on a comprehensive national qualifications framework, not a fragmented one. So as we member states go back to our countries, we think we should bring all the actors together to develop a comprehensive national qualifications framework that will allow us to have one body, but multiple actors. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Eduardo, can I just come in for 2 seconds? Yes, please. Yes, not trying to be a party pooper or anything. It's just I want to share some of the lessons we learned so that you guys don't make the same mistake. There's a couple of caveats which I think is extremely important. The easier part is to actually develop the regional qualifications framework. That's the easier one.
Yeah.
The toughest one is to basically support member states. We, at the onset, and that was done in 2017, we actually, by the ministers, approved the setting up of an implementation unit to support member states in the implementation or development of the national curriculum. Unfortunately, due to lack of funding, this never materialized. The core concept was to have a group of experts, and I'm all for regional experts, to actually support member states in the development of the NQF. Trust me, this is not an easy process, because member states are so asymmetric in terms of the development, but also their capacity.
Yes.
Case in point, my dear friends from DRC. So please, by all accounts, make sure you have the system, but also the elements that would support member states. This is fundamental. If not, then 10 years probably we'll meet again, and then you'll have a lot of countries still lagging behind. Because referencing the development of the regional one is the easier part. Second, and this is again one mistake we did, and that was one of the recommendations which Eduardo made when we did the implementation review of the ACQF last year at the ministers' meeting. The elements of monitoring and evaluation, which we do not have. I've seen you put monitoring and evaluation. I'll go further than that. It should be monitoring, evaluation, and learning. The learning aspect is the most important one. We monitor, we evaluate, but what have we learned from previous experience? How can we adapt or make changes to what we've done before? I think let's think about the ML instead of the monitoring and evaluation framework. But please, Baulakan, make sure at the onset you know or you have an idea of how we're going to support member states.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think this is an advice, so we just take it as it is, but we are also aware that it's not easy to have all member states actually buy in the regional and then adapt it into their national or develop their own respective national frameworks. But the good thing is that, you see, we had a process called inclusive education, and we were focusing largely on refugees and displaced communities. It was one of our ideas to develop national costed plans, multi-year costed plans for that inclusive education, because we were thinking of, based on the Djibouti Declaration, to include refugees into national education system and also to include every child, both in the refugee displacement communities and host communities in the education system. In the beginning, 3 years ago, only one country, that is Uganda, developed a comprehensive national qualification and a national costed plan of action. That brought resources, that brought opportunities. The others were just hesitating. Then we did it in Ethiopia. And then now, over the last 2 months, I was in 6 countries to either review the costed plans or to develop new ones, like for Djibouti and Somalia, so that everyone is on the same wavelength now. I think we will build from that experience that we will approach gradually, because it's very complicated one, because you have 3 entities, for example, in some of the countries that are talking about qualification, like the TVET, the general education, and also the higher education systems. So each one has its own territories, and it is very difficult to bring the territories together and remove the boundaries. That's why I'm emphasizing on having a comprehensive national qualification framework that will serve all the sectors. So I think it will be difficult, but I think we have a practice. We have also annual and biannual consultation of experts. We have a biannual expert consultation. In 6 months we meet, and then we have annual ministerial conference. And then I think we are learning from each other, and I agree with you, the tool should be monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And that learning practice will actually encourage countries to learn from each other, as we are learning now from Kenya. The other countries are also motivated and are eager to develop their own national qualification. It's not easy, but we'll provide the support, we'll provide the policy harmonization space, and then we will provide continuous follow-up. I think that we can do, but advice taken very well. Thank you very much. And that's why the advantage of the coming together at continental level is very important. The African Union had the experience of, the practice of bringing the RECs together to talk about the various aspects of their work. But over the last 3-4 years, I think because of COVID, we could not meet. But I think, inshallah, my people in Djibouti say, we meet again as RECs to learn from each other, as we do learn from the member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've given a little bit of extra time to IGAD because that's a very important development. So we are running a little bit behind, and I would immediately want to invite our UNESCO colleague to come and speak about the EDIS and the Global Convention. Erika, you can load the presentation.
Alors, une fois encore, bonjour. Vous avez le bonjour de l'UNESCO. C'est un plaisir pour nous d'être ici au nom du directeur, de la directrice régionale du bureau de liaison de l'UNESCO qui est basé à Addis Abeba. Donc, c'est vraiment un honneur pour nous de parler de cette convention mondiale et plus particulièrement en français. Et également, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs au nom de la directrice, en particulier l'Union européenne, l'Union africaine, et pour cette belle organisation, et sans oublier la cheville ouvrière, à savoir Madame Eduarda et son équipe. Alors, donc moi c'est Abdoulaye Salifou. D'accord. Il bouge pas. D'accord. Ok, merci. Donc, voici une brève présentation des points essentiels de ma présentation. D'abord, nous avons le contexte de la mobilité. Nous avons aussi l'enjeu de cette convention et quels sont les objectifs. Et naturellement, pour comprendre la convention, il faut savoir quelles sont les principales obligations qui sont à la charge des parties. Parce que la convention mondiale, tout au long des trois premiers jours, nous avons parlé de mobilité et de reconnaissance. Et c'est la seule, comme on dit, convention contraignante au niveau mondial pour la reconnaissance des qualifications. Et donc, pour mieux connaître cette convention, il faut connaître les obligations qui pèsent sur chaque partie. Et naturellement, on verra pourquoi cette reconnaissance est si importante. Et ensuite, quelles sont les conditions requises pour son entrée en vigueur, les autres conditions de la Convention, les liens entre la Convention mondiale et les cadres nationaux et régionaux de qualification, on en a parlé beaucoup, et puis quelques questions pratiques liées à la Convention. Alors, donc aujourd'hui, il y a plus de 225 millions d'étudiants dans le monde, dont 6 millions en mobilité, et sur les 6 millions, il y a 3 qui sont en mobilité en dehors de leur région. Alors, comme je le disais, la Convention mondiale crée un cadre juridique mondial à l'échelle planétaire pour une reconnaissance équitable, transparente et non discriminatoire des qualifications relatives à l'enseignement supérieur et contribue à renforcer la coopération internationale. Elle permettra sans doute de faciliter la mobilité internationale des étudiants dont les flux mondiaux sont croissants. Alors, cette convention, l'enjeu, cette convention ambitionne de permettre aux étudiants du monde entier de poursuivre les études et recherches en créant un cadre planétaire pour une reconnaissance juste, transparente et non discriminatoire des qualifications de l'enseignement supérieur, fournissant aux autorités nationales une plateforme mondiale leur permettant de collaborer au-delà des frontières des régions afin de développer de meilleurs outils et pratiques pour la reconnaissance des qualifications de l'enseignement supérieur et couvrant la mobilité universitaire interrégionale, en facilitant la reconnaissance des qualifications et la mobilité des étudiants, des enseignants et des chercheurs dans le monde entier, en établissant des principes universels pour améliorer les pratiques de reconnaissance. Alors, quels sont les objectifs de la Convention mondiale? J'ai essayé de les schématiser. Premier objectif, c'est de favoriser la mobilité à l'échelle mondiale. Deuxième objectif, promouvoir et renforcer la coopération internationale dans l'enseignement supérieur, respecter et soutenir l'autonomie et la diversité des institutions d'enseignement supérieur et de promouvoir certaines politiques. Numéro 4, promouvoir la culture de l'assurance qualité dans l'enseignement supérieur, développer les capacités pour garantir la fiabilité, la cohérence des cadres de qualification et des cadres de qualification de reconnaissance des qualifications, et enfin développer les capacités pour garantir la fiabilité et la cohérence, et la cohérence et la complémentarité de l'assurance qualité. Voilà donc les objectifs. Donc, ça, c'est sur le plan des objectifs. Maintenant, on va essayer de rentrer progressivement quelles sont les obligations. C'est ça qui est important. Quand un ministre veut signer une convention, il doit savoir quelles sont les obligations qui pèsent sur son pays et quelles sont les obligations qui vont peser sur les autres pays. Alors, première obligation, on dira que, à moins que les différences substantielles ne puissent être démontrées, chaque État partie doit reconnaître les qualifications donnant accès à l'enseignement supérieur. Donc, à moins qu'il y ait donc des différences substantielles, chaque partie doit reconnaître les qualifications donnant accès à l'enseignement supérieur, les qualifications relatives à l'enseignement supérieur ou études partielles des réfugiés. L'UNESCO met un accent particulier sur la situation des réfugiés, des migrants et des personnes déplacées, sans oublier que nous avons publié effectivement les passeports sur les réfugiés. À moins que les différences substantielles ne puissent être démontrées, chaque État partie peut reconnaître les études partielles, les acquis antérieurs. Tout ça s'inscrit vraiment dans le cours normal de la formation tout au long de la vie. Donc, chaque partie est appelée à reconnaître les qualifications partielles, les validations d'acquis, etc., à condition qu'il n'y ait pas de différence substantielle entre les qualifications, les objectifs recherchés au niveau du pays de départ et du pays d'accueil. Alors, pourquoi la reconnaissance est si importante? Alors, la reconnaissance est si importante pour plusieurs raisons. Premièrement, comme vous le savez très bien, l'éducation est un droit fondamental qui est inscrit dans pratiquement toutes les constitutions. Donc, ça permet, comme on dit, de renforcer l'accès à l'éducation et à l'enseignement supérieur. Le droit à l'éducation et à l'enseignement supérieur en ce qu'elle peut donner aux individus la possibilité de débuter, de commencer, de poursuivre des études dans l'enseignement supérieur. Les titulaires d'une qualification ont le droit de la faire évaluer, quelle que soit la qualification, que ce soit des micro-certificats, des qualifications sur mesure, il faut faire certifier, il faut faire évaluer ça par une instance compétente de reconnaissance. Alors, la reconnaissance est importante aussi parce qu'elle facilite la mobilité régionale et donc la mobilité mondiale. Deuxième raison, garantit la qualité. La reconnaissance des qualifications constitue une garantie de qualité. Il est essentiel de disposer donc des structures d'assurance qualité de l'éducation pour susciter la confiance envers une qualification. Parce que quand on bouge d'un pays à un autre, seules les instances d'assurance qualité sont habilitées à évaluer les qualifications. Et lorsque vous avez ces structures d'assurance qualité, ça crée un climat de confiance. Deux, les mécanismes d'assurance qualité fournissent aux autorités compétentes une base solide pour reconnaître les qualifications délivrées par des établissements d'enseignement supérieur à l'étranger. Alors, troisième raison, comme vous le savez très bien, la reconnaissance est intimement liée également à l'ODD 4, en ce sens qu'il y a un fort lien entre la reconnaissance des qualifications, puisque ça vise l'accès à l'enseignement supérieur, l'accès à l'éducation. Et les bonnes pratiques de reconnaissance constituent un facteur important pour créer un système juste et équitable de reconnaissance des qualifications. Dernière raison, promouvoir la compréhension internationale des systèmes d'enseignement par le biais des systèmes d'enseignement supérieur sur la base des mécanismes d'assurance qualité. Vous voyez très bien que l'assurance qualité est au cœur de cette convention-là. Pas de reconnaissance possible si vous n'avez pas un système d'assurance qualité robuste. Une agence ou une autorité, des structures internes d'assurance qualité au niveau donc de chaque université, de chaque ministère. Alors, quelles sont les conditions requises pour l'entrée en vigueur de cette convention? Selon les termes de la convention, il faut 20 ratifications pour que la convention entre en vigueur. De manière générale, l'initiative de la ratification doit émaner de manière conjointe du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur, du ministère de la Justice, du ministère des Affaires étrangères et naturellement par un projet de loi qui passe au Parlement. Et il faut aller convaincre également les parlementaires. Une fois que c'est voté, cette loi de ratification, elle doit être promulguée par le président de la République et ensuite l'instrument de ratification devra être déposé sur la table de la directive générale de l'UNESCO et qui va consacrer la ratification donc du processus. Voilà. Aujourd'hui, l'UNESCO a réalisé 16 États ont déjà ratifié la Convention. Premier État, c'est la Norvège, juin 2020, Nicaragua, Estonie, la France, etc. Donc, quand on aura rassemblé les 20 ratifications, on fêtera l'entrée en vigueur de la Convention mondiale. Et la Convention ne sera en vigueur que qu'entre membres de pays ayant ratifié. Donc, c'est pour ça que ici, moi, je fais un vibrant appel à la ratification. Veuillez convaincre vos ministres, vos autorités à ratifier la Convention pour faciliter non seulement la mobilité, mais aussi la reconnaissance des qualifications. Alors, quelles sont les autres conditions? La Convention encourage les États à créer des mécanismes d'assurance qualité, la transparence et le partage d'informations, la création des réseaux des structures nationales. Nous avons quelques principes, le principe de bonne foi, le principe de transparence et de mécanisme d'assurance qualité, le principe de mécanisme juste, raisonnable, non discriminatoire, de prévenir toute forme de pratique frauduleuse. La Convention est contre les pratiques frauduleuses, le principe de partage d'informations. Alors, lien entre la Convention mondiale et les formations dispensées en dehors du système universitaire. Et comme on parle de formation technique et professionnelle, très souvent, les formations techniques et professionnelles sont dispensées en dehors du système universitaire. Donc, la Convention veut bien reconnaître les acquis antérieurs, ce qui signifie expérience, connaissance, aptitude, attitude, compétences acquises par un individu dans le cadre d'un apprentissage formel, informel, non formel, qui sont évalués par rapport à un ensemble de données, de normes ou des résultats d'apprentissage. Donc, les acquis, la Convention définit les acquis antérieurs, expérience, connaissance, aptitude. Donc, il n'y a pas d'hésitation. On sait ce que c'est que les acquis antérieurs. Et là, c'est vraiment une passerelle qui est ouverte aux formations de l'UFTP. C'est aussi une formation qui est ouverte à toutes les formations, les microcrédits, formations sur mesure, formations à la carte, les digital credentials, comme on est en train de dire. La Convention est appelée à reconnaître cela à partir du moment où l'agent d'assurance qualité l'aura évalué et constatera qu'il n'y a pas de grande différence entre les objectifs poursuivis et les contenus de la formation. L'apprentissage formel, apprentissage dérivant d'activités menées dans un cadre d'apprentissage structuré, débouchant sur une qualification formelle et fourni par un établissement d'enseignement supérieur reconnu par les autorités compétentes d'un État partie et donc autorisé à dispenser un apprentissage. La possibilité de reconnaître l'apprentissage informel. Là également, vous voyez, donc apprentissage ayant lieu en dehors du système éducatif formel et résultant des activités de la vie courante, en lien avec le travail, la famille, la communauté. Donc, on reconnaît aujourd'hui vraiment la marche vers la formation tout au long de la vie. Donc, l'apprentissage non formel, apprentissage réalisé dans un cadre d'enseignement ou de formation mettant l'accent sur la vie professionnelle et n'appartenant pas au système d'éducation formelle. Des études partielles. Dans la vie de tous les jours, il nous arrive aussi de mener des études partielles. Il s'agit de tout ou partie de programmes d'enseignement supérieur ayant été évalués, qui sans constituer un programme complet correspond à un acquis significatif de reconnaissance d'aptitude et de compétences. Là également, la Convention ouvre la voie à la reconnaissance de ce type d'études partielles. Les acquis d'apprentissage, ce sont des connaissances et compétences acquises par un apprenant au terme d'un processus d'apprentissage. Alors, quelques questions. Il y a des questions qu'on nous pose très souvent pour mieux comprendre cette convention-là. N'entend-on pas reconnaissance? On a tout le temps parlé de recognition. La reconnaissance est une attestation établie par une autorité compétente en matière de reconnaissance de la validité et du niveau universitaire d'une qualification d'études partielles ou d'acquis antérieurs obtenus à l'étranger. Qui sont les candidats? Ce sont des personnes comme nous ayant obtenu une qualification partiellement achevée et qui souhaitent valider ça à l'étranger. Quels sont les avantages de la reconnaissance? La reconnaissance est un outil efficace pour la mobilité d'un pays à un autre. Ça, c'est clair. De faire la recherche, etc. Grâce aux procédures de reconnaissance, une qualification obtenue dans un système d'éducation est reconnue dans un autre système. Ça, c'est vraiment l'avantage. Qui est responsable en matière de reconnaissance? Ça peut être les universités, ça peut être les agences d'assurance qualité, et même parfois des autorités des fondations. Alors, comment les organismes de reconnaissance peuvent-ils évaluer l'importance des différences entre qualifications? J'avais dit en entrée qu'à moins qu'il y ait de différences substantielles, l'État est appelé à reconnaître la qualification. Et ici, maintenant, on dit, n'entend-on pas différences substantielles? Ce sont les différences importantes ou substantielles qui sont des différences qui auraient un impact négatif sur les objectifs poursuivis. Je prends le cas par exemple, j'ai fait un master recherche en communication et maintenant je voudrais aller poursuivre pour faire un doctorat, disons en sciences économiques. C'est clair que on ne va pas me permettre cet accès-là parce que les objectifs sont clairement différents. Alors, comment fonctionne la procédure de reconnaissance? Les autorités compétentes en matière de reconnaissance doivent procéder aux évaluations en agissant de bonne foi et en motivant les décisions de manière claire. Les décisions doivent être fondées sur des informations appropriées, fiables, accessibles et actualisées concernant les systèmes, les établissements et les programmes d'enseignement supérieur, les mécanismes d'assurance qualité, dans le respect de la diversité des institutions d'enseignement supérieur dans le monde. La confiance, la transparence, l'équité, etc. sont des principes qui doivent être pris en considération. Alors ça, j'ai déjà terminé. Bon, voilà. Donc, là, je vous remercie de votre attention. Ce sont les questions que j'ai voulu effectivement poser pour ouvrir le débat. Et naturellement, la deuxième présentation aussi parlera d'informations complémentaires. Il y a certaines terminologies que j'ai voulu ne pas définir ici et qu'on verra ça avec la convention d'Addis et qui est en version anglaise. Je vous remercie. Okay, now, yes, go ahead. I can continue? Okay, so then now permit me to continue in English. Okay. Again, good morning. Why at this convention 2014 on recognition of qualification concerning higher education is so important? So let's see the outline of my presentation. Okay. Wow. Ouais, okay, c'est bon. Yes, the overview. Okay. The first point will be the key point, the context of the mobility in Africa. The second one, the content of the convention, the main objective of the convention, the aim of this convention, the main obligation of the party, the main benefit of this convention, the means to operationalize this convention, the link between this convention and the global convention, and why the recognition process is so important. And then the links between this convention and the training provided outside the university system. And lastly, some critical questions to better understand the convention. So let us start. Okay. Now, the first point. Today, we know that in Africa, we are almost over 1.2 billion of people with African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And taking into account UIS statistics, they plan that we double the population of the world by 2050. In Africa, over 420 million people, young people aged from 15 to 35, 35, okay, most are unemployed and in precarious job according to African Development Statistics Bank statistics in 2017. The COVID-19 crisis, 1 billion students and people have been affected by school and university closure. Now, some data. African students increasing academic mobility. More than 400 African students crossed a border to study in 2017. They are the most mobile students in the world. Almost 1,500 African students and staff on exchange in European university by 2027 with the framework of Erasmus+. According to UNESCO statistics, when we take 5 African students in mobility, 1 is from Nigeria. Over 122 million people of study age in 2017, there will be more than 173 million by 2030. In 10 years, the numbers of post-secondary students grew by 43%, rising to 222 million in 2017. In Sub-Saharan Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa is the region that saw the fastest growth between 2007 and 2017, which with its population of post-secondary school nearly doubling 9 million. The source is UNESCO Institute for Statistics. Okay, another data, student change. Let's say that the mobility of our students, let's say in 2018, the population of the student in mobility was 5.3 million. Now the projection around 2027 will be over 9 million students. Trend of academic mobility in Africa, as I studied in my introduction, outbound mobility in Africa will have 400 million students. Destination of students from South Africa, from Sub-Saharan Africa. We have 27% of student destination. The destinations are Sub-Saharan Africa. 12% for our students are going in Paris, in France. 10% are going in United States. 6% in United Kingdom and 46% in other countries. Wow. Okay, the origin of students hosted in Sub-Saharan Africa. The origin of the students hosted in our region, 78% in Africa and 22% from other countries. The statistics are from UIS. Okay, wow. Okay. Now, what about the content of this convention? Because when we are talking about the recognition, we need to master the content. The convention has been adopted in 2014 in Addis Ababa. It is a binding agreement on the standards and criteria applicable to official procedure for the recognition of higher education qualification acquire a board, and those which give access to higher education in African region. As of today, we have 14 state parties that ratify at this convention. The convention already entered into force among the countries that ratify the convention. That's why the other countries must fast track to ratify this convention, because at this convention is part of, let's say, ecosystem of ACQF. We cannot talk about or succeed the implementation of ACQF if we do not recognize the qualification of students coming from other countries. The ratification confirms the commitment of national government to put in place, very important, quality assurance mechanism for the higher education system with a view to build confidence in the quality and integrity of national higher education institutions to enable the internationalization of the study program, faculty, and researchers. Okay. Okay. The main objective of this convention: promotion of quality higher education through recognition and comparability of degrees, certificate, diploma, and other types in Africa. The specific objective: quality education to encourage institutions and national accreditation bodies to develop internal and external quality assurance mechanisms, to take advantage of ICT and advanced technology to improve quality higher education, to better improve teaching and learning through open and distance learning, cross-border education, and the use of open educational resources, OER, to organize and reinforce the recognition of studies, certificate, diploma, degrees, and other academic qualifications in higher education, as well as the management of quality by national, bilateral, regional, and continental organizations. Okay, it's the 5 minutes. Yeah, I always finish. The fifth specific objective: to promote mutual recognition of study, diploma, and so on. Okay. What are the aims of this convention? First, strengthen and promoting international, interregional, and international cooperation in the field of recognition, defining and put in place effective quality assurance and accreditation mechanisms, encouraging and promoting the widest and most effective possible use of human resources, including the diaspora, facilitating exchange and greater mobility of students, teachers, researchers, and so on, featuring the setting up of higher-level joint training and research program between higher education institutions. Okay. 6, improving, reinforcing the collection and exchange of information for the purpose of implementing the convention, contributing the harmonization of qualification. Okay, the main obligation. This part is very important. We have 5 main obligations. Number 1, each party shall recognize the purpose of access to each of its higher education program, the qualification issued by the other parties that meet the general requirement for access to the respective higher education program, unless a substantial difference can be shown between the general requirement for access in the party in which the qualification will be obtained and those in the party which recognition qualification is sought. Number 2, parties agree to take all necessary measures in order to facilitate access to the higher education institution of their country of qualification for qualification holders and other parties who satisfy the requirement for admission to the appropriate higher education program. Number 3, parties agree to define the criteria and procedure for the evaluation of qualification to ensure expected learning outcome in order to facilitate and reinforce mobility within and between the parties. Number 4, parties agree to take all the necessary measures to ensure that the qualification issued by accreditation institution of higher education of a party are recognized for the purpose of employment. This is an inclusion dimension of the Addis Convention with labor law in the receiving party. And finally, party through competent recognition authority agree to establish appropriate procedure to assess whether refugee and internal displaced people have respectively fulfilled relevant requirement access to higher education. Alors, what are the main benefits of this convention? Providing the framework for recognition of academic qualification. Number 2, building and supporting international cooperation, especially South-South, improving the employability of graduates of Africa, opening access to quality higher education to migrant, displaced persons, and people with disability, promoting internationalization of higher education, taking into account online learning and advanced technology. Yes. Okay, what are the means to operationalize the convention? We have almost 10. Yes, wow. National implementation structure, we talk about it. Secondly, convention committee, we have already put in place the convention last year. The African network of national implementation structure, we are about, in 1 week, we will put in place the National African network of national implementation structure, the bilateral and regular regional bodies, National Information Center, which will recognize the qualification and provide information. Wow. Okay, 6, National Higher Education Regulatory Agency. We need quality assurance agency among the countries, national and regional qualification framework that we talk since we start this meeting. Parliamentary approval for ratification, the implementation of Addis Ababa work plan, and capacity building. Okay, I feel that we are almost at the end now. Now, what are the links between Addis Convention and the Global Convention? This part is very important. Addis Convention is in perfect coherence with the Global Convention. The country can ratify the 2 conventions at the same time, but the country can also decide to ratify separately. The 2 conventions put emphasis on the recognition of qualification. The recognition of qualification is at the heart at the convention. Quality assurance mechanism to promote quality higher education, internationalization of education, inter-university cooperation, inclusion, equity. Let's see the link between, okay, why the recognition is so important. I have already dealt with this part in my previous presentation. Let's go to the next point. Okay, links between Addis Convention and training provided outside the university system. At this convention, we have the ability to recognition of prior learning, ability to recognize validation of acquired relevant experience and prior learning, the definition are there. The ability to recognize informal learning and prior learning. The ability to recognize recognition of partial studies, learning outcome. Now, if you want, I can stop here because this part, what does recognition mean? Yeah, what is the meaning of applicant? We have some, it's a debate. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won't take questions now. You can please put your, if you can write your questions on the, because we're running a little bit behind, and then we will deal with it in the last session, if possible.
Last session. Okay, so we stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can we give Abdullah a big round of applause? Thank you very much. So please write your questions, and then we will deal with it in the last session so that we don't take away too much of your lunch time. I would like to call up the next speakers now. We're going to be dealing with Fidelis and Matthias. Validation des acquis de l'expérience, VAE. Recognition of prior learning, RPL. Erika, you can load the presentation. You can just wait for the presentation. Can I just make a quick announcement? I just need to make a quick announcement. At 12 o'clock, unfortunately, we are in South Africa, we do have load shedding. So the lights will be switched off at 12 o'clock, but the hotel has a backup system, so it will just take a few minutes to just come back on again. So at 12 o'clock, you might lose a bit of sound and that, but it's just that the electricity will go off, but it will come back on. Matthias, I don't know if you want to come and join Fidelis so that you can move flawlessly into your part of the presentation.
Thank you so much. In this presentation, we'll quickly look at the main theme of RPL, which is emanating from training module 4. We will try to highlight the main focus of module 4, also define what validation of learning is all about. We'll highlight a bit on the benefits of the validation of learning before we zero in on RPL, its approaches and modes that we could use. Okay, thank you. All right. When you look at the main theme of guideline 4, we attempt in there to give a common language and concepts that would help us deal with matters around validation of learning. In that, we want to see a fair and transparent approach in the recognition of learning, so much that the issues of mobility from one country to another and research as well as work becomes an easy phenomenon. Now, in this regard, Guideline 4 tries to facilitate the recognition of qualifications among member states, also the issues of recognition of learning within and among the member states. Now, what really do we mean by validation of learning? Validation of learning, we are looking at key aspects. We are talking about procedures by which competent authorities could recognize qualifications on one side, credits on another, and also prior learning in accordance with the norms and the standards that are internationally as well as internally recognized. Now, when you look at where we came from day one and day two, we have always talked about the need to support the framework by legislation. And it's through this legislation that we can talk about the competent authority, meaning therefore that everything that we do must have a backing of the law for us to refer to that particular entity making those decisions as a competent entity. Now, when we carry out this validation of learning, what is it that it brings to table? We are saying where we have done this, we should be able to see or to ensure that stakeholders and individuals that have had that qualification passing through that process would be sure that indeed this qualification is genuine. Also, through validation of learning, we are able to affirm that this particular individual who holds this document or qualification or whatever we have has truly undergone training and possesses the appropriate competences. This process also contributes to social inclusion, particularly here when we talk about RPL or validation of acquired experience or learning. What we are saying here is that through that, if somebody has not had an opportunity to go through this formalized process, but through RPL, we would be able to contribute to social inclusion of those other masses that may in the ordinary not have had access and training or employment. Also, validation of learning contributes in a way to the quality of education, institutions, and qualifications, in that quality assurance is embedded by this particular process. Now, what modes are available? There are 3 modes available in the validation of learning. My purpose here is just one of these 3, which is the aspect of recognition of prior learning. Of course, we are able to validate learning through credit accumulation and transfer. We are also able to recognize learning or validate and recognize learning through the recognition of qualifications. This is where we do the actual formal qualifications and take them through the process of validation and evaluation. My interest is on recognition of prior learning or validation of acquired experience. Now, here, I always get excited when I look at that quotation to say it tends to give people wings to new perspectives. In the ordinary sense, when you look at recognition of prior learning, particularly when it is brought to the community of people that have competences, but no recognition of those competences because they acquired that learning in a mode that might not be formal, and you give them this opportunity, indeed you give them the wings to fly to higher heights, because through RPL we are able to give this momentum to the people to move to another level. Now, who is eligible to access recognition through RPL? This process is good enough for those individuals who possess that knowledge, who feel they are knowledgeable and are skilled in a particular area, and they can demonstrate those competences. Remember, in this area, particularly in our communities, in our African sense, we have opportunities of learning how to do certain things informally and also in a non-formal way. And this is the category of individuals who are most suitable for recognition of RPL. What does it do? RPL does not concern itself in terms of how the learning took place, but it concerns itself in terms of what this individual can demonstrate as being able to do. So it assesses the learning outcomes that the individual can demonstrate that indeed they are capable of doing that way. You do not look at how they acquired that competence, but what is cardinal is that the competence can be demonstrated and proven that they do have that competency. Also, RPL, ordinarily, if one person does not have the experience in that field and can say, I can try it, that might not be a suitable individual. That's why you will see as we go on, when we look at the stages that are used in carrying out RPL, we'll be able to determine that. Now, in every circumstance or in any activity, there are possible outcomes. And some of the outcomes of RPL are as put across. Through this process, somebody can be eligible for a full qualification, a partial qualification, or merely accumulating kind of knowledge that can be grouped as comprising a certain amount of credits, or somebody can be given exemptions, those that may want to enter a particular training session using RPL because they may have acquired competencies in the similar field, they may gain that. Or RPL can be used to position a learner on a formal learning pathway before they continue, or we can wholly award them a competence certificate for that particular labor market competence that you look at. Also, in the worst case scenario, those that may fail to demonstrate the acceptable level of a competency, we will have to give them a non-recognition. But that is not the end. There is still room for them to go back, polish up their skills, and come back for re-evaluation and satisfy the minimum standard to be awarded that. In the eyes of ACQF, this is what is hoped to be achieved through RPL. We are promoting an understanding of the various forms of learning previously taken regardless of the learning mode used, re-emphasizing the issue of the fact that RPL does not look at how, when, and where the learning took place. Okay. There are critical principles that must always be adhered to as you implement RPL. These can be categorized into 5 themes. We should have policies and procedures. We must also organize information required for the candidates to know and how we disseminate that information. We must also focus on roles and responsibilities that are for the candidate, for the institution, and vice versa. also the support necessary for us to carry out RPL effectively, then the monitoring and review. Among the key principles under policies and procedures, we must ensure that we focus process on the candidate and his outcome of learning. Again, re-emphasizing the issue of look at what the candidate is able to demonstrate, not how he acquired that. The second principle is equality of qualifications document. Now, what we are saying here is that when a candidate has been considered for RPL, there is no distinction between the issue to say this particular individual's competencies were certified through RPL or were not in a formal kind of training. A competence is a competence, and therefore there should be no demarcation of how that competence is looked at. Also, the qualifications registered on the NQF may be awarded in whole or in part through RPL. We had hinted that that is one of the policies that you can actually look at a particular qualification level and test this particular candidate against that qualification that is already on the framework and demonstration through the particular assessment. This individual candidate certifies that, and you are able now to award a qualification that is the same as the one sitting on the framework. Still under the policies and procedure, we still emphasize that whatever decisions that you are making, they must be transparent, and there should be rigor and fairness. The more reason you will see that when we go to issues of communication, the candidate must know beforehand what it takes for one to be considered and everything else. There is also room for the candidate, if not satisfied at the end of the result, to appeal on the process on how the whole activity was conducted. Okay, so these are some of the principles. Under information, I'm trying to hurry up. I know we have limited of time. Under the information principle, there, the emphasis that I was talking about, providing clear and accessible information to the candidates and also the team that is going to assess. Remember, in this particular environment, you have the candidate that has applied for RPL, you have the assessors that are going to conduct the assessment on this particular person, the institution that is responsible over that, and finally the awarding body around there. So in all these levels, the information that must be there should be clear and accessible, and the instructions should be simple for everyone to follow. The terminologies, the scope, the boundaries, all those things must be explicitly defined in the information and guidance materials. Okay. Principle number 4, under the information that we give, again, the awarding entity must state the range and form of assessment that is appropriate to consider claims for recognition. Remember, under RPL, you may decide whether this candidate is going to be subjected to oral assessment combined with written assessment and then practical assessment. It's up to you to combine the processes that you may have to use to prove the competence in this particular individual. Further than that, you can still demand whether the applicant or the candidate should come along with a portfolio of evidence written portfolio, or artifact or any product that he may have produced to prove that he's competent in that particular area, or that can be used as part of the evidence for you to assess this particular candidate. Principle 5, we are saying criteria to be used in judging a claim should be made explicit to learners. Again, the emphasis that as the candidate is being assessed, they must know the next stage and what is expected out of that particular process. Okay. I foresee a repetition of my slides. Sorry. Under roles and responsibilities, there we are saying the scope of authority and responsibility for making and verifying decisions about RPL should be clearly specified. Who does what? Where is the start and the end? All those aspects should be clear. Who is responsible over that? When the assessor has completed his assessment report, where does it end? Who endorses it? All those aspects should be very, very clear. Under support, we are saying we need to give clear guidance to candidates about when a claim for RPL may be submitted, the time scale for considering, and so forth. All these are important aspects. Monitoring and review, we expect that you see in any situation, any process that you have, you cannot go on and on and on. You need to look back, see where it is working well and where it is not working well. So there is always a need to put in place regular monitoring and review of the policies and procedures that you are implementing under RPL. Now, generally, there are about 4 stages that you can use in conducting RPL. The first stage is the identification stage. This is where candidates will come and you will have a chat, you will talk, you will look at what they possess, give them the kind of advice, determine whether the claim, the competences and the skill are worth presenting them for assessment and so on, and you advise them on what they need to do, all the processes, the application forms that need to be filled in, if any, and so forth, the fees, if there are fees, and so on. Once that has been done, the candidate can now come to the next stage. This is the stage where now we do documentation. The candidate brings all the support information, and then the assessing entity, the assessor, will sit to compile and put together and arrange for the activity of assessment. In this particular range, as you can see, you will have a portfolio of evidence in a variety of forms that can be, as I had already indicated. The third stage, having compiled all this information, the assessment session is waiting for them to be able to follow.
That's load shedding, yeah, we did warn them. Welcome to South Africa.
It's Africa. It's part of Africa. All right, thank you. Thank you. Can you finish? Okay. Okay, that is fine. All right, thank you. We were on assessment of the candidate. At that stage, the candidate presents himself for this assessment, and it's recommended that the assessment must use a variety of approaches. We are talking about having interviews, observations, questioning, sometimes even visiting places of work if somebody has come to indicate that they are working and doing that kind of job. You can arrange for that field visit to see the candidate performing in that role, and also request the supervisors of that individual to give you their own assessment of his performance in that particular job, and so on. And once this is done, you now move to go to the final stage, the fourth stage, which is the stage for certification. This is the stage where a successful candidate is given a recognition certificate of their competences in a particular field that they presented themselves. Around here, you issue certificates to the successful candidate, as well as providing feedback necessary to those candidates that may not have been successful in this particular activity. I think this is where my presentation ends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fidelis. We're not going to take questions now. We're going to move immediately to Matthias Bonongo from Cameroon. You can come, Erika, you can load the presentation. And then please, can you please write your questions? There are some little discs on the table. Write your questions and then put it on the board. We will respond to everything at the end of the day. Matthias?
Forward. J'espère que je vais tenir. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Mathias Bonongo comme It's not clear. Bien, je suis Mathias Bonongo, je suis de nationalité camerounaise, je travaille au ministère de l'Emploi et de la Formation professionnelle dans mon pays depuis 16 ans et depuis 2 ans et demi, mon ministre m'a fait l'honneur de me désigner comme le chef de la section de développement des programmes de formation dans le tout nouvel Institut national de formation des formateurs et de développement des programmes que nous sommes en train de mettre en place dans notre pays. Je voudrais dire merci à Eduarda pour l'initiative et à la suite des autres exposants ici, lui adresser tous nos encouragements et nos félicitations. Je voudrais également saisir cette opportunité pour saluer tous mes collègues qui sont en train de suivre cette formation au Cameroun. Ils ont trouvé un très grand intérêt dans cette formation depuis le mois d'avril 2022, quand la première session a eu lieu. Et je dois dire que nous travaillons à mettre sur pied notre cadre national de certification. Je dois souhaiter bonne chance à la sœur aînée, le professeur Wamba, qui est ici présente, parce que les travaux vont prendre un envol et une vitesse pour que d'ici mars 2023, notre cadre national de certification soit élaboré. Le cas pratique de la VAE que j'ai l'honneur de présenter m'a été demandé par Eduarda il y a quelque temps et je me suis posé une seule question. Est-ce que ce serait différent de ce que nous avions déjà présenté lors d'un webinaire? Je crois que c'était en mars 2022, lorsque le professeur Wamba avait fait la présentation pour le compte du Cameroun. Elle m'a dit, apporte quelques innovations. Et en termes d'innovation, nous pensons que nous pourrions donner les grands objectifs de la VAE et présenter la VAE par rapport au texte juridique et dans la stratégie du gouvernement de notre pays. Mais je ne pouvais pas le faire sans parler du Cameroun dans sa globalité. La carte du Cameroun que vous voyez, on nous enseigne qu'elle a une forme d'un triangle équilatéral, donc isocèle plutôt, isocèle. Et vous voyez les trois couleurs de notre pays, c'est le vert, c'est le rouge, c'est le jaune. Et la bande, l'étoile d'or est sur la bande rouge. Cette étoile symbolise tout simplement l'unité des deux parties de notre pays. Parce que certains se demandent comment est-ce qu'au Cameroun, on parle et à la fois anglais et à la fois français, parce que le Cameroun a hérité d'une colonisation de la Grande-Bretagne et de la France. Et cette étoile symbolise donc la réunification des deux parties de notre pays. C'est un pays dont la population est estimée aujourd'hui à 25 millions d'habitants et la superficie est estimée à 475 650 km². Lorsque l'INS, l'Institut national de la statistique, a fait le dernier recensement en 2016, on a répertorié 203 419 entreprises dans le secteur moderne de l'économie, notamment dans les secteurs primaires, secondaires et tertiaires. Et hormis fonctionnaires, et 696 259 employés. Nous ne comptons pas celles des personnes qui sont dans le secteur informel. Le système éducatif a deux sous-systèmes. L'un qui est anglophone et un autre qui est francophone. Nous avons un enseignement supérieur qui offre une diversité de formations dans 11 universités d'État, avec 40 établissements facultaires classiques et 54 établissements technologiques et professionnels. Environ 300 institutions privées d'enseignement supérieur sont reconnues par le ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur. L'enseignement secondaire, quant à lui, compte environ 4 120 établissements publics et privés qui accueillent 1 778 385 élèves. Ça, c'est les statistiques de l'année 2021. Quant à la formation professionnelle, elle est offerte dans 1477 structures de formation publiques et privées et 52 800 apprenants environ pour 400 métiers. Le cadre national de certification, comme je l'ai dit, est en cours de développement. Les grands objectifs de la VAE, je ne vais pas revenir en long et à large, mon prédécesseur l'a dit, c'est un dispositif que toute personne peut utiliser pour faire valider les acquis de son expérience professionnelle. Et la VAE n'est pas ouverte que pour les personnes qui ont déjà un premier diplôme. Même les personnes qui n'ont pas de diplôme peuvent solliciter la VAE. Tout dépend maintenant du niveau de qualification. Comme avantage, elle produit les mêmes effets que les titres à finalité professionnelle qui sont obtenus par la voie de l'apprentissage ou la formation professionnelle initiale ou continue classique. La VAE vise également dans des titres et certificats qui sont établis par l'État et qui doivent être enregistrés dans un répertoire dédié. Il faut pouvoir situer également la VAE dans notre stratégie de développement. Alors, notre pays, le chef de l'État a proclamé en 2009 la vision de développement à long terme qui ambitionne de faire de notre pays un pays émergent, démocratique et uni dans sa diversité à l'horizon 2035. C'est pour dire que chaque Camerounais, aucun Camerounais ne doit être laissé à marge de cette démarche. Et c'est un vaste process qui nous interpelle, nous tous. Dans la première phase de cette vision qui a eu lieu entre 2010 et 2020, sur ce que nous avons appelé le document de stratégie pour la croissance et l'emploi, c'est passé. Nous sommes entrés depuis 2020 dans la stratégie nationale de développement. Quand vous verrez ce document sur Internet, vous verrez SND30. C'est le document de stratégie nationale de développement pour le Cameroun pour la décade 2020 et 2030. Elle ambitionne une transformation structurelle et un développement inclusif. Dans cette stratégie, il est abordé la question de la VAE dans le cadre de la mise en place d'un dispositif de recyclage et d'apprentissage. C'est tout dire que les autorités de notre pays ont fait de la VAE un axe important pour l'inclusion dont j'ai parlé plus haut. La même stratégie ambitionne d'institutionnaliser la VAE de manière progressive jusqu'en 2027-2029 à tous les départements ministériels qui sont intéressés par les questions de formation et d'insertion. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, tout se passe comme si il n'y a qu'au ministère de l'Emploi et de la Formation professionnelle qu'on peut faire de la VAE. Non. La stratégie nationale de développement 2020-2030 ambitionne de l'étendre. Il faut que si dans un département ministériel comme le ministère de l'Agriculture et du Développement rural chez nous, qui a une forte activité de formation professionnelle des uns et des autres, les hommes, nos parents paysans qui pensent pouvoir faire, qui ont fait de l'agriculture toute une vie, qui pensent donc qu'ils ont acquis un certain nombre de compétences, la VAE leur est offerte désormais. Et ça, le calendrier qui est fixé, c'est jusqu'en 2020 pour que tous les départements ministériels, il y en a 14, c'est pour dire l'étendue des administrations qui sont impliquées dans la formation professionnelle dans notre pays. Un autre document de stratégie dans notre pays, c'est ce que nous appelons la politique nationale de l'emploi. Qu'est-ce que la politique nationale de l'emploi dit vis-à-vis de la VAE? En principe, la politique nationale de l'emploi doit découler de la stratégie. Et donc, dans un de ces chapitres, dans un de ces axes stratégiques, la PNE focalise effectivement l'institutionnalisation de la VAE, qui l'aborde dans le cadre de l'amélioration de l'employabilité. Car il est avéré que si les compétences d'un individu sont reconnues dans son environnement, il aura beaucoup plus de chances pour être employé, pour être inséré dans le milieu du travail. De telle sorte que cette VAE puisse s'intégrer dans un processus de mise en place d'un système d'évaluation et de certification avec tous les autres instruments y relatifs. C'est pourquoi nous pensons fortement, et là, la politique nationale de l'emploi a effectivement pensé au cadre national de certification et de qualification, ainsi qu'à une autorité de certification autonome. Ça, c'est des réflexions vers lesquelles nous sommes en train de partir. Et toujours dans la stratégie de développement, il faut pouvoir inscrire la VAE dans un corpus juridique. La loi qui a été promulguée dans notre pays sur la formation professionnelle le 11 juillet 2018, dans son article 32, fait de la VAE, parle de la VAE, et elle dispose ceci. La VAE est un droit reconnu à toute personne disposant d'aptitudes professionnelles acquises dans la vie active. C'est pour dire tout simplement que même le législateur avait pensé que tu as des compétences, tu peux les faire valoir pour pouvoir avoir un certificat. Et donc, lorsque cette loi a été promulguée, le Premier ministre chef du gouvernement, en date du 20 juin 2020, a pris un décret qui fixe certaines modalités d'application de cette loi. Et dans les articles 52 et 56 de ce décret, on aborde la question de la VAE dans ses méandres, dans ses dispositifs et dans son mécanisme de mise en œuvre. Mais nous pensons que ce texte de portée globale doit encore faire l'objet d'un, comment je peux dire ça, d'une autre déclinaison, et nous attendons donc un autre texte pour pouvoir mieux affiner la mise en place de la VAE. Mais en amont, longtemps avant 2018, c'est-à-dire que lorsque nous avons commencé à parler véritablement de la VAE, la décision dont on ne voit pas, dont vous pouvez voir les références là, elle date de 2017. Vous voyez qu'elle était antérieure à la loi de 2018. Donc nous avions, à partir d'un mécanisme expérimental, donc mis en place le mécanisme de le dispositif VAE. Et donc c'est avec cette décision que les premières sessions VAE ont été organisées. Dans cette décision, et en association avec le décret de tout à l'heure, on montre les délais les durées minimales d'expérience que chaque personne qui veut faire de la VAE doit pouvoir justifier. Vous êtes un ouvrier, vous voulez entrer et avoir un diplôme d'ouvrier reconnu par l'État, on vous demande d'avoir une expérience minimale de 3 ans. Vous voulez être un ouvrier qualifié, on attend de vous que vous justifiez une expérience professionnelle d'au moins 5 ans. Vous voulez être technicien, l'expérience est 10 ans. Vous voulez être technicien spécialisé, c'est 15 ans. Vous voulez aller au-delà. Ce décret-là a pensé qu'au-delà, c'est-à-dire quand on est déjà un cadre, un agent de maîtrise, il faut justifier une expérience de 20 ans. Toujours dans ce corpus juridique, la VAE également, lorsque j'ai fini de parler de ce qui se passe au ministère de l'Emploi, je ne pouvais pas ne pas parler de ce qui est envisagé au ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur. Et ça, professeur Wamba, la dernière fois, avait suffisamment abordé la question pour dire que l'enseignement supérieur également est engagé dans un processus de révision de la loi de 2001 qui porte orientation de l'enseignement supérieur. En ce sens qu'on souhaite que dans sa section 2, qu'on implique et qu'on induise la VAE, de telle sorte que toutes les personnes au niveau supérieur qui veulent faire valoir et valider leur acquis de l'expérience puissent avoir un champ dans lequel ils peuvent s'exprimer. C'est en cela que l'expérience dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure, de 20 ans, qui s'applique véritablement pour les personnes de cette catégorie-là de cadres, vont relever donc de l'enseignement supérieur. Et cela, le ministre d'État, ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur au Cameroun, a pris un arrêté qui porte création, organisation et fonctionnement d'un comité chargé de la mise en place de la VAE, avec pour principale mission de réfléchir sur un cadre normatif à formuler. Et sur ce plan-là, un projet de décret portant mise en place de dispositions VAE à l'enseignement supérieur est en cours d'élaboration. Les éléments techniques et méthodologiques, est-ce qu'ils sont différents de ceux que nous avons entendus tout à l'heure? Non, pas forcément. Parce qu'il ne peut pas avoir de VAE s'il n'y a pas un programme de formation. Il faut bien que quand vous voulez faire valider les acquis de votre expérience, que vous les accoliez à un programme de formation qui existe. C'est pourquoi on dit qu'il faut la disponibilité des référentiels de formation pour le métier, objet de la VAE. Vous levez pas un matin, vous dites, vous avez fait du carrelage de manière artisanale et vous voulez faire valider une telle expérience. S'il n'y a pas un programme de formation dans le carrelage, cette expérience ne sera pas validée. J'ai parlé tout à l'heure de la justification de l'expérience. Il faut un accompagnement par les spécialistes. Et sur ce plan-là, le processus VAE commence par l'information. L'information, c'est quoi? Le ministre de l'Emploi lance l'ouverture d'une session VAE. Les personnes intéressées pour le métier et pour le niveau de qualification vont se présenter dans les services du ministère. Ils vont arriver et on va les prendre en charge. On va les accompagner. On va faire avec eux un travail méthodique qui va aboutir à la rédaction de leur projet. Lequel projet va être soumis donc à l'évaluation d'un jury. Et le jury est constitué généralement de pairs. Il n'y a pas, les responsables du ministère qui sont là viennent plus assurer un encadrement de qualité. Mais c'est les pairs qui évaluent un autre. La mise en situation professionnelle. Car il faut bien que vous disiez que vous avez de l'expérience, mais le mieux c'est de pouvoir démontrer que vous avez cette expérience. C'est pourquoi dans le processus, il y a donc une mise en situation professionnelle. Vous dites, vous avez fait de la restauration, vous êtes cuisinier, vous avez appris de la cuisine auprès de maman et vous voulez faire valoir une telle expérience, pas de problème. On va donc vous mettre dans une situation professionnelle où on attendra de vous que vous fassiez de la cuisine et que des gens puissent apprécier que vous savez faire de la cuisine, vous savez préparer et vous savez, au-delà de la cuisine, vous savez par exemple disposer une table. Ce sont ces éléments-là qui constituent les éléments techniques et méthodologiques. La VAE également maintenant par rapport à au niveau de qualification. S'il y a un programme de formation professionnelle, forcément il y a un niveau de qualification. Parce que lorsque nous écoutions le collègue hier de Cap-Vert qui indiquait la méthode d'élaboration des programmes de formation selon l'APC, il faut le dire, un programme de formation est toujours corrélé à un niveau de qualification. Ce serait absurde de se lever et de faire un programme de formation qui ne réponde pas à un niveau de qualification donné. La VAE s'harmonise également avec les diplômes et les certifications qui sont issus des systèmes classiques de formation. Parce que, Eduarda, comme tu me le demandais, le cadre national de certification que nous ambitionnons de mettre sur pied et dont les travaux de réflexion ont commencé depuis 2016, ont effectivement prévu des passerelles. Et ces passerelles-là, nous avons réfléchi et nous pensons que ces passerelles ne seront effectives et mieux exploitées que par le biais de la VAE. Et ainsi, lorsque quelqu'un utilisera la voie de la VAE pour faire valider son expérience et pour passer d'un niveau 1 à un niveau 2, la VAE sera en train de s'harmoniser avec les diplômes qui existent dans le pays. À date, donc, tout ce que j'ai dit constitue en fait les actions déjà menées pour dire que pour le cadre du MINESUP, l'Agence universitaire de la francophonie a organisé à l'intention des cadres de ce département ministériel des séminaires de renforcement des capacités et ils disposent aujourd'hui dans leur portfolio d'outils un guide du conseiller VAE, une charte d'accompagnement et les éléments constitutifs d'un dossier de candidature VAE ainsi que la composition du jury. Nous avons élaboré des outils, toujours dans ce cadre-là, des outils de certification sont en cours d'élaboration et on pense pouvoir traduire les diplômes en compétences. Parce qu'effectivement, les diplômes sont essentiellement, j'allais dire, définis de manière littérale. On dit que quelqu'un a un baccalauréat, mais on ne voit pas la compétence qui est accolée au baccalauréat. Si vous avez un baccalauréat technique, par exemple, dans la spécialité génie civil, on attend de vous que vous sachiez monter ME. Mais c'est global. Mais aujourd'hui, avec l'approche par compétences, nous voulons traduire les diplômes en question en compétences, de telle sorte que lorsque un apprenant, un élève a son diplôme, qu'on ne voit plus simplement une liste de matières avec ses notes, mais qu'on voit plutôt les compétences qui sont associées à son diplôme. Nous sommes en train de travailler à faire un répertoire national de certification professionnelle. Je dois dire que lorsque nous avons engagé les travaux de la mise en place de notre CNC au Cameroun en 2016, nous avons commis un consultant qui a répertorié tous les diplômes que le Cameroun délivre depuis les années d'indépendance. Et donc, nous attendons simplement aujourd'hui que ces travaux de mise en place de cadres finissent, soient finalisés pour que le décret portant répertoire national des titres et certifications professionnelles soit publié. Et enfin, ce sera dans le cadre national proprement dit. Toujours comme action menée donc, nous avons au sein de notre département ministériel obtenu l'accord du ministre pour pouvoir faire des sessions VAE dans 3 métiers aujourd'hui. Dans le métier de secrétaire de direction, dans le métier de réparateur automobile et dans le métier d'opticien lunetier. I will finish before that. And I'm sure, et je suis sûr que ceux des collègues qui travaillent là-dessus sont en train de s'apprêter parce que lorsque je partais du Cameroun, beaucoup d'autres personnes dans certains métiers comme les peintres nous demandaient quand est-ce qu'on organise les prochaines sessions VAE. Et je crois que c'est la dernière slide. Quels sont les défis à relever dans notre pays pour nous assurer que notre VAE ne connaîtra pas des écueils? C'est que le répertoire national des certifications soit publié, c'est que les niveaux de qualification afférents aux certifications subventionnées soient également disponibles. Et à cet effet, même si notre cadre n'est pas encore publié, il y a quelqu'un qui disait ici lundi que tous les pays, même lorsque le cadre n'est pas encore officiellement mis en place, ils travaillent déjà sur un cadre. Parce que tous les niveaux de qualification que je peux citer aujourd'hui relèvent forcément d'un cadre national de certification. Nous pensons que nous avons besoin que les capacités des acteurs opérationnels soient renforcées. C'est une chose d'être aujourd'hui, nous, d'avoir la chance de participer à ce genre de rencontres, mais c'est une chose également de s'assurer que derrière nous, il y a une relève de personnes qui puissent également faire le même travail, d'où la nécessité de renforcer leurs capacités. Et le grand défi, docteur Abdou. Hier matin, tu en parlais, tu disais le financement de la formation professionnelle. Il faut que nous relevions dans notre pays également le défi du financement de la formation professionnelle et la disponibilité des professionnels des métiers. C'est un défi fort parce que quand aujourd'hui on fait de l'APC, il n'y a pas d'APC s'il n'y a pas d'entreprise pour recevoir les apprenants pour l'alternance, pour les stages, et il n'y a pas d'APC si les professionnels de métier ne viennent pas enseigner. Et donc, trouver donc des professionnels qui acceptent de donner un peu de leur temps pour venir dans les salles de formation, c'est un défi qu'il faut relever. Conclusion donc, la VAE demeure une démarche d'équité et de promotion d'une justice sociale. Son besoin de son élargissement dans tous les domaines et surtout de son implémentation au niveau de l'enseignement supérieur est réel au regard de la forte demande sans cesse croissante. Collègues, je vous dis merci pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Matthias. I pronounced his name wrong. I said Matthias, but thank you for that correction, Matthias. We won't take questions now because you may sit down. Thank you very much. Because we've run into our lunch time and we've got many questions on RPL in the chat box. And I hope some of you have written down your questions on the wall as well. So what we will do is we will, in the last session, we will respond to those questions and also the questions that you have about the Addis Convention, the Global Convention as well. I think we need to appreciate Cameroon because they are developing an RPL system for higher education. And I think it's one of a kind because higher education is not very friendly towards RPL. So I think just give them a round of applause for that. I also want to remind you that the last three webinars on the ACQF was focused solely on RPL. And all those presentations and documentation, it's all available on the ACQF website. So please have a look there. There are a number of cases and about 10 African cases. So please have a look on the ACQF website. Okay, I think we've come to the end of this first session. We are only 5 minutes late, so I think if we can be back in the room, lunch is just here on the balcony, so we don't have to travel too far. So if we can be back in the room and seated at 13:25. If we can be seated at 13:25 so that we can start at 13:30 on the dot so that we can spend enough time responding to the questions that people still have. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
I just wanted to add from my side that an observation that RPL professionals are always very passionate about this topic and about the advantages, benefits of this important policy instrument, RPL, VAE. So I want to congratulate Matthias. He was full of passion. Matthias, merci.
development of the NQF. No, so development and NQF. Then training of waiting. Training of Nane can tell the people me nane can even what I want to say.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I'm here to try and engage you on a subject that is so close to my heart, a subject that is also very critical and very important in ensuring that the aspirations of the ACQF are actually realized. So the subject of this afternoon will evolve around the validation of learning vis-a-vis credit accumulation and transfer systems. Okay, so as we may have heard already from the previous presenter, Fidelis, okay, we can go straight into the introduction. So we are expected as learners at the end of this presentation to be able to gain an appreciation of the following subtopics. We need to be able to explain what credit accumulation and transfer systems are, the relationship that exists between CATS and RPL. We should be able to also elaborate the importance of CATS. We need to also be able to explain the key principles and of course the terminology that is associated to CATS, the CATS implementation stages. How do we then translate study or work hours into credits? How do we quality assure the credit and credit accumulation and transfer system? As well as, of course, tomorrow we might be able to undertake some polls based on what will be delivered this afternoon. Okay, so to start with, we want to find out what credit accumulation and transfer system is all about, what it is, and what it serves to achieve. So from the pictorials that I was able to put together, you will be able to note that we are saying that this credit accumulation and transfer system is actually a mode of validating and recognizing learning through the recognition of credits. So in simple terms, this is what credit accumulation and transfer system is all about. Credit accumulation and transfer system, CATS for short, is used to recognize and validate formal learning. So this might be considered as an opposite of RPL. We heard in the previous presentation that RPL, to a larger extent, does border on recognizing learning that is obtained through informal and, of course, non-informal settings. CATS, on the other hand, is centered on recognizing learning that takes place in a formal setting. CATS is a systematic way of describing an educational program by attaching credits to its components. In order for these CATS to be able to succeed, we need to have a situation where a learning program is broken down into courses, into components, and these components or courses are assigned credits or a unit of measure that measures the quantity of work that a learner is expected to be able to undertake during the process of learning. We do have on our pictorials again a gentleman who is climbing a ladder, okay, towards obtaining a bachelor's degree. They started by registering. From registering now, they are able to gain the first level credits. They move on to the next level until they reach the apex, which is the 180 credits for them to be able to be able to obtain the bachelor's degree. We are also saying that the process of credit accumulation and transfer is a two-way system which depends on two or more institutions working together. There should be an institution that is sending the credits and a receiving institution, or there should be a sending program and a receiving program. And for this to be able to work, there should be that mutual understanding of the processes and systems that each institution has put in place. Right, so in terms of the terms that are set to credits accumulation and transfer systems, we do have the main term there or word, which is credit. So we are trying to understand what is a credit. So a credit in simple terms is simply the estimate or estimated workload that an individual is typically needs for them to be able to achieve related learning outcomes. So what we are trying to communicate here is that in order for us to be able to determine the value of a credit for a particular program, we should start by determining what the learning outcomes are for that particular program, out of which then we should be able to determine the various or the respective activities, learning activities that this person is required to undertake for them to be able to satisfy the learning outcomes. After these activities have been identified, we can then proceed to assign, okay, a quantity of, or what we can call a value, a numerical value to the activity, which should be commensurate to the workload that will be required in that particular activity. And that brings me to the other terminology, which is credit rating. So credit rating, we are saying, is the process of determining a numerical value of a program, course, or module. It will be very, very difficult for us to be able to measure the quantity of the workload that is being transferred from one institution to the next, or indeed the amount of work that the other institution is receiving, minus us having to quantify the workload that this person was able to do through the rating of these credits. Once these credits have been rated, a person then can proceed to be able to accumulate these credits. In the previous slide, we saw a situation where someone was accumulating credits from one level to the next towards them attaining a bachelor's degree. So accumulation of credits simply refers to the process of acquiring credits for learning towards a qualification. So at every level of learning, you should be able to have credits that can be transferred either within the same institution, across institutions, within the same program, and across programs. Once credits have been accumulated, there should be a way of now transferring these credits again within the same institution or across institutions through a process which is called credit transfer. So in terms of definition, we are saying that this is the process of allowing individuals who have accumulated credits in one context to have it valued and recognized in another context. Can be within the same country or indeed across nations. Okay, so in order for us to be able to come up with a credit accumulation and transfer system that will be able to deliver to the expectation of stakeholders, there are some key principles that we should be able to satisfy, and that should be able to inform the type of system that we need to come up with. The first principle states as follows: cards should be formulated with a view to promoting learner mobility across sectors, levels, and types of qualifications by eliminating duplication of learning. If anything, this is actually the backbone of credit accumulation and transfer systems. This is the fundamental principle that guides the whole theory about credit accumulation and transfer systems. We are advocating for cuts or systems to be put in place in countries, in regions, to facilitate the mobility of learners and indeed of employees across nations and across sectors by eliminating the duplication of learning. Principle number 2 speaks to the systems and procedures being developed in institutions to support CAT, which should be transparent, fair, flexible, and easy to use. So we are being encouraged that as we put together these systems, we should ensure that these systems are well structured, simplified, and are based on the needs of our respective education systems in our respective countries. And these procedures must be applied fairly. They should not discriminate according to either a region where someone is coming from or country where someone is coming from. They should be uniformly be applied. The third principle speaks to the fact that decisions that are made regarding credit transfer should be timely, academically defensible, and equitable, as well as being based on learning outcomes. So this is another key principle, which requires that as we are making decisions bordering on credit accumulation and transfer, we need to put into consideration the fact that whatever evidence is provided by the learner who wants their credits to be transferred are taken into account, and also come up with systems or with procedures that allows us to make decisions that are consistent. We shouldn't have a system that flip-flops on a daily basis, depending on who is handling what on that particular day. There has to be consistent in the way we make these decisions. And most of all decisions made must be academically defensible. It's not about how someone looks like or how they speak. There has to be evidence to back the decisions that we make, and that evidence should be based on learning outcomes that apply to a particular level of the qualification. The fourth principle speaks to the fact that credit awarded in recognition of prior non-formal and informal learning is of equal standing to credit awarded through formal learning. Here, what we are trying to emphasize again, like RPL, we are saying that in the event that someone was awarded a qualification through the recognition of prior learning, which has been assigned a level, okay, on the National Qualifications Framework, that particular qualification does assume the credits associated with a qualification that would have otherwise been obtained through formal means. So there shouldn't be that segregation to say, no, this was awarded through RPL, this was through informal means, this was through a formal process. All credits awarded should be treated equal, even when the time comes for someone to be able to transfer. That has to be taken into account. There shouldn't be any form of segregation whatsoever. Principle number 5, in line with the concept of institutional autonomy, CAT should not affect the authority of a receiving institution to make decisions about the admission of learners. This principle has to be treated with caution, void of misinterpretation. All we are saying here is that ultimately, the receiving institution has the rights, depending on the rules and the regulations, the procedures they've set for themselves, to accept, okay, the articulation or the credits that are being transferred from another institution. But as earlier indicated, we need to be very careful not to become inhibitors, but rather enablers of education. Let us not create unnecessary barriers to education and learning by ensuring that as we apply this principle, it is not made out of malice, but something that we know is necessary for us to ensure quality and relevance of the qualification which is articulating into our own qualification. Principle number 6, Credit recognition and credit transfer should not undermine the academic rigor or integrity of the qualification into which the learner is accepted. This principle also tries to emphasize the fact that institutions should ensure that they put together rules and regulations, quality assurance mechanisms, okay, that will guide the awarding of their qualifications such that the next institution has confidence, okay, in the qualifications coming from their institution. What again we are trying to emphasize here is that there should be a way of ensuring that if you are told there is an institution which is considered inferior in terms of them not having quality assurance mechanisms in place, okay, that qualification coming from such an institution must be scrutinized with all lenses on it to ensure that indeed it meets the necessary requirements before it can be accepted for articulation into the next institution. Principle number 7, institutional commitment and cooperation is central to the optimal functioning or functionality of CATS. CATS, as earlier alluded to, is a process that takes two to tango. It is a process that requires 2 or more institutions working together, and this then requires that there should be some form of understanding, some form of quality assurance mechanisms put together by the cooperating institutions to ensure that there is seamless recognition of qualifications coming from one institution or credits coming from one institution to the next. That is of very critical importance, and this brings us to the reason why we are advocating for systems that will cut across the entire African continent, such that when we all now subscribe to those systems, there should be very minimal interruptions in the way we transfer these credits from one nation to the next. The 8th principle speaks to the fact that CATS and its procedures should be subject to rigorous quality assurance. This is also of very paramount importance. We cannot assume that since this is just CATS, therefore anything to do with quality assurance has to be thrown away through the window. We have to ensure that there are mechanisms to ensure quality of, first and foremost, the guidelines we have developed, the policies we have developed to guide the CATS. There should be a systematic review of the CATS systems. There should be a team in place to ensure that indeed whatever we have stated in our policy will be implemented to the latter, reviewed and improved upon. That is also very, very critical. Right. Now that we've talked about what CATS is, okay, we also want to understand why is this CATS important. There could be some of us who are yet to develop policies, guidelines on CATS. So we are asking, why should we do that? The first reason is that CATS will facilitate for mobility of both learners and our men and women in our countries who are seeking employment. With CATS being put in place, it will enable other countries, okay, to understand better our qualifications, and that makes now the movement of our people very easy. And you can imagine if we all in Africa manage to put across CATS systems that to some extent speak to each other, we should be able to see free movement of people from one region to the next, from one country to the next, and that in itself promotes the spirit that the ACQF is trying to advance of mobility and of course regional integration. Apart from that, we see CATS also being instrumental in minimizing or reducing, if not eliminating, the duplication of learning. This serves as a cost-saving measure to all parties involved in the education and training system. The learner, you speak of the awarding or enrolling institution, government that is sponsoring students, the time frame that it takes for learners to be able to graduate will be reduced, and that goes a long way to be able to save some monies that can be spent on other need areas. Now, in order for these CATS systems or CAT systems to be able to be accepted in any setting, be it at national level or regional level, we are trying to emphasize the need for nations to develop policies. Let these systems be anchored on nationally recognized policies, and by so doing, that will help actually secure the buy-in from all the stakeholders involved. If this is only brought down to an institutional level, it might not be viewed with the seriousness that it requires. So we are encouraging all countries here present and those following online that if we want our CAT systems to be taken with the seriousness that they deserve, let us be able to build them, to anchor them on policies that are developed at national level. Then from there, we can now streamline to institutional level and so on and so forth. And these policies, we are saying that they should have some key components in them that will make them actually be able to succeed in terms of facilitating for the recognition of these credits and transferring of these credits. The first principle we are talking about is the documentation of the CAT processes. There should be a deliberate move to ensure that the rules, guidelines on how to compare learning outcomes, the notional hours, content, and competences should be clearly documented. Without the documentation that we are talking about, it will be down to who is handling what again, who is in the office on that particular day, which really doesn't help in terms of consistency and so on. Establishment of internal quality committees is also critical. If we want to see to it that indeed our CAT processes or systems are delivering to the expectation of not only the local stakeholders, but also international stakeholders, our policies, national policies should embody in them the aspect of quality assurance, which requires that internal quality committees are put in place. There should be the development of articulation and access procedures, which are also very critical in this particular process. What then are the implementation stages of credit accumulation and transfer systems? The first stage is the establishment of an administrative structure for the CATs. So before we even think of developing the actual documents that has to be used to apply the CATs, we should ensure that there is either a body or a committee of experts put together to be able to spearhead the implementation of the CATs. Secondly, there should be the provision of information to learners. Ultimately, learners are the major beneficiary in this process of CATs. Therefore, all information that is required for them to make an informed decision should be made available to them. They should know how many credits they are able to transfer. They should know what are the rules and regulations that apply, and so on and so forth. That is also very, very necessary. Stage 3, processing of applications for credit transfer. Again, here we are emphasizing that let this be handled by more than one person. There is always a danger of subjectivity if the process of processing of applications is left to an individual. So there should be a process, a quality assurance mechanism where more than one person is at least able to look at the documentation, evidence that has been provided for a proper decision to be made. Fourthly, there should be now the making of the decision and approval of these applications. And the emphasis here again is that let decisions be made based on evidence, let them be fair, and let them be consistent. Very important. Stage 5, documentation and record keeping, again for consistency's sake, for future reference, let there be documentation of the decisions that have been made regarding the transfer and receiving of credits. we find ourselves in a situation where education systems differ from region to region, from country to country, and with that comes also the difference in the way we translate or we understand what notional hours are and what credits are. So we have the first system, which is mostly applied in the southern part of our continent and to some extent, I think, central, which speaks to 1 credit being equal to 10 hours. Now, these 10 hours are not to be construed to mean hours when, just when the learner is attending class. Sometimes the learner has gone to class, the lecturer is not there, learners are busy discussing issues to do with Manchester United beating Arsenal, Arsenal beating Manchester United. Those are not notional hours or credits. These 10 notional hours speak to the hours when the learner is actively pursuing or undertaking activities, learning activities, that would contribute at the end of the day to them attaining the learning outcomes for that particular qualification. On the other side, System 2 speaks to 1 credit being equal to 25 to 30 notional hours. We find this system prevalent in the northern part of Africa, eastern part to some extent, I think, as well. 20 to 25 in between there, being equal to 1 credit, and we have examples where such a system is being applied. So again, the emphasis here is that regardless of this difference, we can always work out a mechanism to be able to compare these credits and allow for free movement of our people. Challenges. Like another system, especially one that requires 2 people to work together, there will always be issues, challenges. The first one is the difference in or differences in education systems. An example, Francophone versus the British kind of arrangement. There will always be issues to do with how do we understand or appreciate the education system of our colleagues. What they are calling a bachelor's degree, is it indeed a bachelor's degree in our country? In other countries, all qualifications are called diplomas. At face value, one would think, oh, are diplomas. In our case, at level 6, which in fact is not the case. So there is need, therefore, to ensure that when efforts are being made at continental level to try and come up with a uniformity of some sort, we all try by all means to subscribe to such efforts. Lack of trust among education and training institutions. This is a legacy problem, a legacy challenge. It has been there from time immemorial. Issues to do with public versus private, who is superior, is more superior. Issues to do with the rankings, us, we are ranked highly, you at this level. When it comes to cuts, we are saying let there be no such approach to looking at things, provided there is a demonstration to the fact that the qualification systems, the qualifications frameworks are there, and there's quite assurance happening regardless of the ranking of the institution, regardless of the region where a qualification is coming from or credits are being exported from. We should be willing to be able to receive those credits. Differences in the content of learning programs, again, this speaks to differences in education systems, national requirements to some extent, but we are saying in as much as this is a challenge, it should not be a stumbling block to the movement of credits. Let there be systems, let's work out ways that we can use to be able to transfer these credits. Absence of clear procedures, this is indeed another challenge which we all need to work on. We need again to come up with systems that are publicly available, documentation publicly available. We are no longer in an era where knowledge resided in a few. And when you are not in the office, the whole institution comes to a halt, standstill. Now is the time where we need to make public most information for the benefit of other countries, for the benefit of other members or people in our countries. Okay, so perhaps that is where I come to the end of the presentation. And as I leave, just a word of encouragement that whatever we are doing as nations, as individuals, let us always ask ourselves, am I acting or am I being an inhibitor to education or an enabler or facilitator to education? Thank you so much.
Thank you, James, for a very fluid and very illuminating presentation. We won't take questions at the moment. You please put your questions on the board and we'll go immediately into the Kenya presentation. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you, Colin.
I think it's going to be a joint presentation. Three people. Three people, so it's a lot of coordination.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Colin. I think James has said everything. Thank you so much, James, for that presentation. So I'll just put it in perspective, and then we'll have a small snapshot of the Kenyan education national qualification system. If you think about what we are doing at the level of the continent, is that we really have major challenges, and we have young people. One of the biggest problems we have as Africa is the issue of unemployment of young people. And yet, if you look at statistics, today, if you look at intra-Africa trade, Angola trading with Namibia, Namibia trading with Mozambique, it is at 15%. So as African countries, when you look at 55 countries trading with each other, we are doing only 15%. So we are doing 85% of our business with other people. China, India, UK. What does that mean? Every time you buy items from somebody else, you are actually exporting jobs for your young people. So as much as we complain about unemployment in our areas, if Africa cannot trade with itself, you are not going to create the employment and the prosperity that we need. If we compare, for example, with Europe, intra-Europe trade is 70%. Asia, as diverse as it is, trading at 42%. So that is why the idea of the African Continental Free Trade Area came out, for Africa to trade with each other. But you see, we have said, trade cannot work without people moving. There's no way trade is going to move if people are not moving. So the idea of free movement of people becomes very important. But when people move, they also move with qualifications. So trade cannot work without people, and people will move with their qualifications. And that is why, as a continent, we need to think about how do people move, how do we recognize qualifications across borders. And these borders are a really bother to all of us. If you reverse the clock in Africa 150 years ago, before the Berlin Conference of 1884, what do we see? I see my grandfather somewhere, great-grandfather somewhere in Malawi. You'll see your great-grandfather with sheep and goats somewhere in Eswatini. You'll see your great-great-grandfather somewhere near the river Congo. That is how we lived, with our sheep and our goats and our spear. That's the correct situation, isn't it? Moving forward, we now have boundaries that we protect so passionately. And these boundaries, as we protect them, we limit the movement of our people, we limit opportunities. So when you look at Africa today, and we've seen it here, in the area of qualification framework and all other areas, we see islands of success. So we see South Africa has done quite well with this qualification framework. Namibia is doing its part. We heard yesterday Sierra Leone is doing its part. Ethiopia is doing its part. So we see little islands of success. But remember, these little islands of success will not impact our people. They will only impact our people when they become big islands, or when these small islands start talking to each other. So we need bigger success for us to impact our people. And so my passion is that we have to put the African Continental Qualification Framework within the dreams and aspirations of Africans to do business with each other, to move, to cross borders, to create prosperity for all of us and for young people. So I'll leave it there. Mine was really just to introduce this. As I introduced, I come from the Kenya National Qualification Framework. You can always see what we've done on our website, www.knqa.go.ke. So now let me invite, I have to run to the airport, so I will invite my colleague from the Ministry of Education to present something about the Kenyan education ecosystem. He only has 5 minutes, and then we have another online colleague from Kenya that will be presenting about the CAT system for Kenya. So thank you so much. So if I leave you in the safe hands of Abdi, and then Abdi will then transit to Winnie. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. I have only 5 minutes, and from onset, I want to say that we want to appreciate the organizers of this conference. I have personally learned a lot. I have always thought that in Kenya we are so much ahead and we have finished all the process. I realize we still have stages to move, actually to think about the review and other things. So there is so much that we've learned, and I think that gives us an opportunity to engage at the ministry and support our KNQA so that we can be able to move forward in the process. I also want to appreciate the role of IGAD. Fine. So I'm saying the role of IGAD in terms of coming up with a roadmap to see that the countries in the region are able to come up with a common qualification framework so that we can be able to move. Kenya is a home to around 500,000 refugees. And therefore there is a need for us to have a regional qualification framework so that we can be able to, move around the borders without much problem. My colleagues from East Africa and the IGAD regions are here with us, and we are learning from one another. Maybe just to give a preview of the Kenyan education system, basically in 5 minutes, we are saying that Kenya, of course, is a country in East Africa. And as we are now, we have two parallel education systems. We are finishing one towards and beginning another one. And the reason for that is that we needed to harmonize our curriculum so that with the East African community, so that we can have a common system of learning within our region for ease, of us moving across and using a common system. So that is the direction we are taking. But just to give an overview is that, not yet. Is it moving? Maybe you can, this one? Okay, just to give the context of Kenya, Kenya is, as I said, a country in East Africa with an area of 582,646 square kilometers. It's a home of about 4.94 million people. I was talking to a colleague, one person here yesterday, and they told me there are 1.3 million people. And I mentioned to her that one of our city, our capital city, has 5 million people. So basically, that's where we are. And sorry for interruptions. It's not yet there. Okay, so We have pre-primary. Our education system, we have the pre-primary at the lowest, pre-primary 1 and 2, and pre-primary and devolved function are done by county, and we have around 2 million learners at that level, pre-primary 1 and pre-primary 2. Then we have around 23,231 public primary schools with a population of around 8,889,000, close to 9 million learners in the primary school. Then we have secondary schools that are around 9,247 as public secondary school with an enrollment of about close to 4 million students. We also have public universities. We have 38 public universities and another 36 private universities, bringing close to 34 universities in Kenya. You can see how we have many universities in our country. We also have the teacher training colleges. We have around 32 public teachers training colleges and over 200 TVET institutions. So that is just a rough sketch of our education system in Kenya. I mean, again, the Ministry of Education is the mother. We have one Ministry of Education. Initially, we had two. We had the Ministry for Higher Education and the General Education, but we combined to have one Ministry of Education with around 5 state departments. So we have the State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education that take care of the primary school from pre-primary, primary, and high school. And then we have State Department for University Education and Research, and this deals with, it's not moving, but I can just continue. Right? I'm not moving to the next one. Okay, so we have University Education and Research. Then we have implementation of curriculum reform. These are new state department under the ministry that deals with the new curriculum that we are in, the competence-based curriculum. So we have implementation of curriculum reform, state department. Then we also have post-training and skill development. We have a state department that deals with skill development. Once you complete your TVET or high school, there is a state department that helps our young men and ladies in terms of skill development. Then we also have the vocational and training institute or state department that deals majorly with TVET institution. Then so we have semi-autonomous government agencies, almost 20. I'll just pick a few. And my interest here is the Kenya National Qualification Authority is an entity or an agency under the Ministry of Education. So my brother, Dr. Juma Mkwana, works as the CEO of the Kenya National Qualification Authority, which is under the Ministry of Education. We have so many. We have the Kenya National Examination Council that deals with exams at the primary and high school level. Then, of course, we have the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development that deals with the development of curriculum. So we have a body that deals with the development of curriculum at the basic level. That is the primary, secondary, and the teacher training. But the rest, the university has their own body. That is the Commission for University Education that deals with curriculum and the quality within the university. We have the Teacher Service Commission. The TSC is an employer that deals with teachers. It deals with employing teachers and posting teachers to institutions, but still they are under the Ministry of Education. We have more than 20. I've just highlighted a few semi-autonomous institutions. Then basically I said we have two systems of education. Currently we have the 844 that we are facing out, and the 844 has 8 years in primary school, then we have 4 years in high school, then 4 years in the universities. 4 to 6 depending on the course. Those who are doing medicine, 6, but the rest engineering, 5 to 6 depending on which field. But the minimum is 4 years in the university. Now, when you see the broken line, those are weak links that you can leave primary school and go to a village polytechnic. It's not very common, but it happens. Then you can use that pathway. You go to TVET institution and maybe eventually again come back to university. But it's not a very common path that is used by our students. The main one is the straight one where we go to primary, high school. Once you get the acquired grade, you can move to university and acquire the degree that you might require. So this is the current system that we are almost facing out. We are in grade 6, 7 that is phasing this out, so that we introduce now the new system, the competency-based curriculum. And I said we are moving to this competency-based curriculum based on the need that was carried out by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development to see that we harmonize our region so that we can have a common curricula within the region. And in this system then, we have 2 years in pre-primary. And you remember I mentioned that the pre-primary area, it's dealt with the county government. We have devolved units in our country where we have 47 county governments that deals with pre-primary, employs teachers in pre-primary and others. Then when you go to primary, it's divided into 2 sections. We have the lower primary that is grade 1, 2, 3, and then we have the upper primary, grade 4, 5, and 6. Once you complete grade 6, now you move to junior secondary. The first lot in this system are currently in grade 6. So we are expecting, one of the things that we are working so hard is to establish junior secondary. There is a conversation whether to still have them as senior primary within the primary sector, to be domiciled within the primary sector, or push to the existing secondary school so that we have junior secondary, then senior secondary in the same institution. That is subject to still conversation, but this is how it looks like. Then after junior secondary, 3 years, we have senior secondary, another 3 years. Then from there now, you can proceed to university and later on to the work of world. That is just a general look at how things. Then in terms of teacher education, just to quickly point out that we have 4 kind of trainings. That is the early childhood development education. Then we have the primary teacher education. Those will be dealing with the primary schools, teaching in primary school. Then we have diploma secondary. Those teachers who go to diploma for 3 years so that they can teach in secondary school. Again, even the primary school, they go for 3 years to teach in primary school. So it's you to choose based on your subject combination and performance. That is it about teacher education. I don't know to take much. And as I almost finish is that the Kenya National Qualification Framework, I won't speak about this because there is a presenter coming up, but I want just to mention that there has been a lot of conversation up to where we are today that we have an agent, we have an agency. There were different stages that we went through as a country from early years when people are talking about how can we have a common, institution dealing with qualification. It is only in 2014, actually 2012, there was so much conversation in this area, but it is in 2014 that an act of parliament, number 22 of 2014, was enacted, and that gave room to the establishment of the Kenya National Qualification Authority that currently is doing very well in terms of working on the qualification. I know my time is up. Again, you can see that the Kenya National Qualification Framework guides all these other. We have university education, that is the body that deals with university. It's called the Commission for University Education. It looks at the standard and quality in the university. We have TVETA that deals with it. All these are guided by the KNQF framework. And I don't want to speak about mandate because of time again, but the mandate of the KNQF are clearly stated in the Act, and they are listed in that slide. Of course, we are saying that the NQF addresses the points that I've listed in terms of we have issues with skill mismatch, the gaps, the unclear progression pathways, and so many other issues in terms of. So with that, I want to stop there. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much. Is the next presentation loaded? Erika? And I think Dr. Winnie Ann Bulimo she will be joining us online. Winnie, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I think you can just start. I think you have been given permission to move the slides. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have the rights to move the slides? No, they're not moving.
Yes, they are moving.
They're moving.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And as introduced earlier, my name is Winnie Bulimo. I'm doing this presentation with Dr. Eusebius Juma Muhwana, who has just left the forum a few minutes ago. Before I do the presentation, I really want to appreciate the presentation of Mwewa and Abdi, because it really linked up with what I want to present to the forum. And I want to appreciate Mwewa once more because of the insights he gave. Really gave me a lot of thoughts on what we are doing in terms of credit accumulation and transfer. So I'll go straight away to the presentation. And I want to mention that Kenya is undergoing reforms as indicated by Mr. Abdi, and the reforms are geared towards enhancing access to education, training, quality, towards enhancing the relevance of the kind of qualifications awarded in Kenya, and also towards ensuring that we achieve inclusivity and lifelong learning. And we are all aware that lifelong learning is an international goal to all of us to embrace. And so one of the key reform tools in Kenya that we have adopted is establishment of the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. And Abdi has already taken us through how the KNQA was established. I don't want to again talk about that. And we're saying that the National Qualification Framework was established to harmonize the system, the fragmented system which Abdi has shared with us, and to create, again, a clarity in terms of learner progression, in terms of the kind of qualification processes that Kenya envisaged to have. And so, again, we have this framework because of the need to make the Kenyan qualifications meet the internationally acceptable standards. And from day one, we've been talking about making our qualifications fit in the region, fit in the continent, and global. So this is one of the major aim of the framework, that how do we standardize, how do we fit in our qualifications so that our qualifications becomes acceptable, recognized in Europe and all over the world. And again, we are talking about having a clear pathway, because without the clarity in pathway, even here back at home, then it becomes a challenge in terms of learner mobility, in terms of acceptability of what a learner has already attained. And so, as said by Mwewa, in Kenya, the KNQA was established by law, the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act number 22 of 2014. And within that law, so we are saying that we are already anchored in an act of parliament, and which among other functions gives the KNQA mandate to facilitate linkages. This stands out very clearly in the law, that KNQA was established to, among other things, facilitate linkages, enable credit transfers, exemptions, and thus enable seamless mobility of learners. And when we say learners, we are referring to qualifications attained here in Kenya, and both mobility in terms of vertical mobility, in terms of horizontal mobility, and even diagonal on the qualifications framework. And so embracing eventually mobility, recognition, comparability, and all those terms that we are all familiar with. And at the end of it, we envisage to have a qualification system that embraces lifelong learning. You learn, you go and work, you get back to the education and training system without bottlenecks, without barriers. So a seamless system. So the CAT system is one of the building blocks of effective learner mobility, of seamless learner mobility, seamless qualifications. And together with the CAT system, we are talking about the building blocks where we have the level descriptors. Already in Kenya, we have a qualification framework that defines the level descriptors. qualification levels, articulated pathways, and already we have a recognition of prior learning policy systems in place. So together with that, supported by the credit accumulation and transfer system, we hope that our qualifications are already fitting into the regional, the continental, and even the global sphere. Under the situational analysis, Abdi has already touched on this. We are saying that the Kenyan qualification system is really fragmented in terms of there's various providers of education and training, various providers of qualifications. However, since we have the national qualifications framework with an objective of standardizing this system, we are saying that regardless of whether qualification is from basic, is from TVET, is from university or professional qualification, and regardless of the provider of that qualifications, a credit accumulation and transfer system should be able to enable a learner who is possessing such qualifications progress or rather fit in whatever system, so that it's not about a learner with the qualification from TVET sector is not able to progress to university, is not able to progress to another pathway. So what are we saying in short? That a credit accumulation and transfer system should be able to address these fragmented, these various standards that are applied by various sectors and enable a learner to progress. And so as a way forward, therefore, and with consultation with various stakeholders, of course, as provided for in the KNQF Act, we have and we are still developing national policies. This is one of our mandates. National policies, national standards, guidelines, and they're generic to guide the qualification awarding institutions, to guide various sectors, to guide various training providers in terms of how learners should progress within and between various levels of qualifications. And something else on situation analysis that Abdi mentioned is about quality assurance. Because we are talking about sectors, different levels, we have also had different regulators, different standard setting bodies, setting different standards. But now our role as a qualifications authority is to do the harmonization. And given this, then therefore, we are clarifying that this is a national standard when you want to progress under the CAT system. This is a national standard when you want to evaluate credits that a student has attained before, and so on. And then what is a CAT system? When we say that we are focusing on a system that is enabling seamless progression, what are we really talking about? Mwewa really did a lot of emphasis on this, that we are talking of a system that has clearly described and qualification by attaching or quantifying what a learner has attained. So you attach credits to what the components of learning. It could be a module, it could be a unit of competence, it could be a qualification or a level of qualification. So you attach, you quantify by attaching credits. So we define a Kenya credit accumulation system as a system of attaching credits to the Kenyan educational program. And it entails, there are two aspects here. We're talking about credit accumulation. This has already been explained. Then credit transfer. However, what I would emphasize here is that the Kenyan credit accumulation and transfer system allows for both vertical, horizontal, and even diagonal relocation of credits to a related program. Whatever credit you have acquired prior and you need or you are seeking progression to a related program, our KCAT system allows or provides for that. And so what is the goal of the KCAT policy that Kenya has developed? Like any other policy, as said earlier, the KCAT system is an underpinning framework, and the purpose is to guide recognition and acceptability of already acquired qualifications or part qualifications by receiving entity. This entity can be an institution, it could be another program, it can be another country within the region, it can be another country within the continent, or even across the borders. And the purpose again is to enable equitable, fair, transparent learner mobility. And we always say that at the end of it, we are aiming at lifelong learning. This is, in summary, on overall, this chart represents the Kenya National Qualification Framework, all the standards we're talking about, all the minimum entry, the criteria and all that. I know most of you have interacted with it before, but we are saying that the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, the one projected, provides progression pathways, and within it, it indicates the minimum amount of notional hours that a learner, an average learner in this case, should take to accumulate credits and attain a qualification at each level. At each level, every qualifications. The ACQF framework has 10 qualification levels as indicated, and within it, we have provided for at every level, this is the minimum notional hours an average learner is expected to take and complete and attain the expected learning outcomes. And remember, the guiding principle for the Kenya KCAT system is that, and I'm glad Mwewa talked about it, that 10 notional hours, for every 10 notional hours, a learner will be given 1 credit. So if you on my right, the notional hours indicated for every level. So you convert that by by the principle of 10 notional hours giving you 1 credit. Just for an example, a quick one, a generic one. For instance, under ACQF level 6, an average learner is expected to take 2,400 notional hours to accumulate a minimum total of 240 credits. And this implication of this is that in Kenya, the minimum number of credits for you to be awarded a diploma qualification is 240. However, in terms of transfer cuts, in terms of progression, a learner would again use this 240 as minimum entry to the next level of the KNQF, which is level 7, meaning that someone who has already accumulated 240 will take lesser time to complete their level 7, that is a degree program, unlike someone who is coming straight away from secondary school. And the subsequent charts, just another version of the first one. I'll not belabor talking about them. Maybe that this one is a chart which is indicating the flexibility of mobility within the pathways to different levels, that our framework is not so rigid. The CAT system has enabled the framework to allow for progression horizontally. You can see the arrows. To allow for progression vertically, you can also see the arrows, and to allow for accumulation and transfer. You can see the red arrows. Someone from secondary, which is KNQF level 2, going straight to bachelor's, has not accumulated any credits in terms of tertiary education. But someone from level 6, for instance, has already accumulated, and they're directly, the red arrow shows that they're directly, they can get access to level 7. When we are drafting this policy, of course, we did a lot of benchmarking and a lot of literature search, just to borrow best practices and to learn lessons, and also to ensure that we really anchor this policy to the international calls, the conventions, that whatever, that policies, the frameworks that also emphasize on recognition of qualifications and lifelong learning. And we talk about the Agenda 23, you look at the priorities, you look at the goals, talking about all this, all the way up to the East African Community Vision 2050, the issue of lifelong learning, the issue of tools to recognize qualifications has really been emphasized. So we did this search and we really anchored the Kenyan CAT system into this. And together with our national policies, our national legal frameworks, we ensured that we are aligning what we are doing to what the global environment requires us to do. Apart from this, we also benchmarked with the South Africa or SADC region CAT system. We benchmarked with European Credit Transfer System. We benchmarked with the Inter-University Council of East Africa credit system. And there are lessons that we borrowed from them a lot when we were developing the CAT system. In summary, what is the scope of the KCAT policy? All qualifications, be it from the formal, informal, and formal, be it a foreign qualification, is eligible to play part in CAT system because we have done the policy, we have done the standards, we have the guidelines, the manuals, of course, generic ones. We have even the process of applying and all that. So we have the standards operating procedures on if it is an informal qualification, then how does it get into the formal system through CAT? If it is an informal, if it's a foreign qualification, how does it get into the formal, the Kenyan qualification framework through CAT? Then what is the purpose? I think I've already mentioned this. The weighting approach criteria, the weighting approach that we've adopted as a country is the national hour approach. And Mr. Mwewe spent some time talking about the weighting, the national hour. We're talking about the entire, in totality, the entire number of hours a student spends to acquire the expected learning outcomes, in research, self-study, the lecturer, the contact hours, all that. So, and I've mentioned that the principle, the bottom line is that for every 10 hours a learner spends on acquiring a qualification, that learner gets 10 credits. We are assuming that 10 national hours, this is benchmarked, as I've said earlier, we give you 1 credit in Kenya. And what are the key features of KCAT? In short, credits are awarded on the basis of a well-defined volume of learning framework, which already have, a well-defined or packaged expected learning outcomes, which already we have, because we have the level descriptors at every level within the qualifications framework. We have the level descriptors, which then are translated to expected learning outcomes. So when evaluating, rather when analyzing an application for credit transfer or exemption, the bottom line is, has this learner achieved the expected learning outcomes for that particular level which they are seeking credits or seeking exemption? And so we are talking about credits, we are talking about learning outcomes, we are talking about volume of learning as the key features, and the common denominators still remains the same. However, there is an emphasis on there has to be appropriate, clear quality assurance and assessment criteria. Without quality assurance, the issue of trust, which has already been mentioned earlier on, trust in qualifications from a certain program or a certain institution or a certain country will kill credit accumulation and transfer. Once your quality assurance system is clear and your assessment criteria is also clear and quality assured, then we inculcate trust, then our qualifications are accepted. We are able to transfer, we are able to make our qualifications more mobile. So as an authority with the mandate of developing national policies and standards, we have worked on a national policy on quality assurance. We have worked on national standards for assessment. We are trying also to work on national guidelines to guide all this, so that whatever is applied by each and every player, each and every actor within qualifications awarding system is applying almost the same standard, is applying the same process, that we are fair to each and every applicant of credit accumulation and transfer. In terms of documentation, we are saying, because you accumulate and you expect to transfer. And then you have to ensure that you are documenting the grades, you are documenting whatever the scores a learner is getting. And as we do this also, a learner has a role in this. They also have to document whatever they are scoring, because we are saying you can learn, you go and work, you get back to learn. So if the documentation is not clear, then you may miss out on something. Then what are the requirements for credit transfer as per the KCAT policy? It's very key, and it's a way of quality assurance that any qualification awarding institution which is playing part in CATs must be accredited by relevant regulator. You know our systems, you know your systems. So this is very key, that the program, again, where CATS is to play part, must be accredited, approved. It's a legitimate program. It has been quality assured during development and even training and even assessment. And the student presenting the qualification must have met the minimum entry requirement. The framework provides the minimum entry requirement. So that is also very key. And you can see all these are aspects of quality assurance. And again, the volume of learning for that particular program is well aligned to the level descriptors, well aligned to the national qualifications framework. So those are just some of the parameters that really guide when you are evaluating someone's application for credit transfer or exemptions. About the benefits, I'll not go through each one of them because we've talked about an integrated system that is fair to everyone, that is transparent, so that there are no silos. No, every qualification awarding institution, every learner knows that this is how I should transfer. This is how these credits should be transferred without being unfair. And another benefit, a key one, is where we are saying that it's a common credit accumulation and transfer is a common for us as a continent. It's a common currency of exchange of knowledge, exchange of skills. And why are we saying this? Because we have a goal to meet the African Continental Free Trade Area, even within East Africa, the common market protocols, that with CATS, then we are able to exchange skills, we are able to exchange qualifications, and what Dr. Muwana has just said before my presentation, we are able to exchange labor seamlessly, because we trust that what has happened in Uganda in terms of awarding qualifications is the same as what has happened in South Africa and whatever country within the continent.
Mrs. Sorry yes. To interrupt. You have just 2 minutes to wrap up. Many thanks.
It's okay. Fine, thank you. And we have also done guidelines. I said they're generic. The expectation is that all the partners, all the players who intend to do credit transfers will domesticate these guidelines, will domesticate the standards, the manuals, the forms to their level. That is to enable it to happen. In conclusion, we want to say that this process is very consultative. We have done this at various levels within our country. Remember, we have many players in the qualification awarding system. So it's about mapping which player should come in at what level and consulting. We have a policy on KCATs, and at that policy, we have envisaged that we shall do CAT system for every sector within our country. So far, we have done for agricultural sector. We also envisage that we shall do for other sectors within the country. The major challenge we had when we are having, because we are already piloting, we are having a challenge with what Mr. Mwewa indicated, that if we do not have also benchmarks in terms of curriculum benchmarks, then it becomes a big challenge when we are evaluating and analyzing qualifications for purposes of mobility or for purposes of accessing our education and training institutions. Thank you very much for allowing me and even for listening to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winnie. And thank you to Kenya for that illuminating presentation. We have a slight change in the program now. I'm not sure if we're going to have time for questions, but we're not going to have the next we're not going to have the next presentation because I think it's going to be unfair for us to give 10 minutes to the next presenter, but we're going to take the last presentation, ESCO skills and qualifications. Laura is ready to, we're first going to do the poll and then we're going to cross over to Laura. So we've got the poll. You know, we're very technologically savvy here. So just point your phone to the QR code. If it doesn't work, you can go onto Mentimeter in your browser and then you just put in the code. So we'll give you a few minutes to log in. Is everyone logged in? Anybody having a bit of a problem? I think everybody seems to be fine. Can we move to the first question? Ah, we already, what? Can you just go back one slide, Erika, so that people can see the code? I suggest you write the code on one of the booklets on your table. So just in case you lose that slide, then you at least you've written it down. 85164345. But it's better to just scan and use the QR code. Has everyone written down the code just in case you lose it? Okay, let's move to the next slide. So what is the stage of credit accumulation and transfer system implementation in your country? And we can already see some answers coming in. See planning, stakeholder consultations. Mostly people are in the planning stage. 5 in the full implementation stage, 4 in development. See some, we are still in the planning stage with the cats. Planning and stakeholder consultation, which is a very, very important stage.
Ask James to comment a little bit and wrap up the session because that's his session.
Yes.
We won't make ultimately it's not Kenya's session, it's his.
You can make some comments on it as they
Thank you so much, Colleen. We continue casting our votes. And I can see a clear winner already. There will be no need for petitioning. Not so. So we can see planning, stakeholder consultations still in the lead. An indication that a majority of us are still trying to synthesize what it is that we need to do, what we need to put in place for us to come up with policies, guidelines on how we can implement credit accumulation and transfer in our respective nations. I can also see a number, that's 8, who are under full implementation. Kudos to us. And I think for us, who are under that stage, We should be able to act as brothers or sisters keepers by encouraging those who are in the planning phase, advising them and holding them so that together we can be able to come up with these CAT systems that will facilitate that much needed movement of learners and indeed employees. In terms of so far in total, we have, let's see, 24 plus 7, K plus 8. How many votes are we expecting? 46. Thank you. So meaning we still have some of us who are yet to vote. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the votes. We move on to the next poll. This one requires us typing something in there in our responses, and the question was or is, what two major challenges or limitations has your country encountered in the implementation or in the efforts for those who are still in the planning phases, in the efforts to implement CATs? We have issues to do with issues of piloting. Okay, no NQF in place. I think that is a major issue, no NQF. We have the issue to do with implementation being challenging because it involves different stakeholders. It goes back to stakeholder involvement and also ensuring that we anchor our CATs in a nationally agreed or approved policy. The shortage of HR funding. We have issues to do with readiness of different stakeholders. Again, harmonization. Okay. Lack of commitment. Indeed, this is a process which requires commitment from all stakeholders. We need to also see the issue to do with the calculation of credits. For some, it's a problem in the context of recognition of prior informal and non-formal learning. That is very critical. But for that one, if you are a country that already has a national qualifications framework, all you do is assume, let the qualification assume the credits that are already sitting on the national qualifications framework. I don't know if I can spend a few minutes on this one. If a qualification awarded through RPL has been duly assessed and deemed to sit at a particular level on the NQF, say at level 6, all we are saying there is that that qualification is of equal standing as a qualification that would have been obtained through formal learning, and therefore it assumes everything that comes with a formal qualification awarded through formal learning, including the credits at that particular level. No wonder we've been also stating or emphasizing that a qualification that has been awarded through informal learning can actually allow someone to enter into a formal learning setting. So there shouldn't be any distinction whatsoever. Just assume the credits that are attached to a formal awarded qualification or end qualification. We have issues to do with alignment of various stakeholder groups. Okay, there is the need for NQF not available. Again, lack of guidelines to recognize RPL. Very important. We need to make sure that we have those guidelines in place. Lack of expertise to set up CATs. Funding required for the project. We have a number of colleagues in here who are already implementing CATs. Let's see if they can use the brotherly kind of heart to be able to assist, share what they have in terms of documentation. Then we can start from there. Issues to do with let's see, information for students and other stakeholders, links with NQFs. We have limited capacity to measure achieved learning to be transferred. This again has to be based on learning outcomes, as it were. We have issues to do with limited, difficulties in agencies working together. That is another big challenge. We need to find a way of coexisting and working as a team. in order to achieve a common good or common goal. Limited budget, issues of funding also arising again. Lack of vision and political will of decision makers, lack of guiding documents on the credit system. In terms of guiding documents, I think we have quite a number now, readily available online. We can easily access these and make them as our source documents. Lack of leadership and political will, again, it's a matter of arm twisting, trying to convince people on why we should be able to implement cuts. If anything, cuts should be something that is very, should I say, that is less controversial when it comes to political will and so on, because surely this endeavors to ensure that there is that cost-cutting measures and so on in place, and that is something that usually appeals to political authorities. Okay, we have issues to do with diversity in learning philosophies. Again, it's the issues of whether it's online, so it's the normal way and so on. Okay. We have issues to do with, okay, all right. I think that was it. Okay, of course, we have some in Portuguese. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you for that. We're moving directly to someone in Europe. Laura, are you ready?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think Erica needs to just share your presentation.
I can do it.
Oh,
I can do it myself.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I will start sharing my screen and I think you can see it. Now should be perfect. Yes, so hello everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here to introduce you to ESCO, which is a project managed by the European Commission. And I'm here to speak especially about practical use cases and how ESCO can be actually useful in qualifications and for education and training. So to start from the beginning, ESCO is a classification of skills and occupations at the European level, and we describe, basically as a dictionary, we are describing and classifying occupations and skills that are relevant for the European labor market and education and training. And to take a step back, in Europe, there is free movement of workers. This is a fundamental principle. So all EU citizens are, available. They can search for jobs in another EU country. They can work in another EU country. So this is guaranteed. But the problem is that public employment services, for example, they all use different IT systems and they have very different occupational and skill standards. So when you want to exchange this information across countries, there is a blockage there. So there is a need for a common language to be able to exchange information about CVs, about job vacancies in Europe. And therefore, ESCO's main purpose is to facilitate this intra-European mobility. So currently in Europe, there is a regulation whereby member states have to, in a way, use the ESCO language, the ESCO skills, the ESCO occupations in order to exchange job vacancies and CVs across countries. So this really facilitates the job matching process. Secondly, also very important, ESCO is meant to bridge the communication between the world of education and employment, because of course we are increasingly aware that people's skills need to follow the industry needs. We need to have people ready to comply to those needs. And then again, ESCO here having this list of skills, occupations as well is very important. And lastly, Another policy goal of ESCO is to facilitate the provision of skills-based labor market services. And this also thinking about career guidance from a lifelong learning perspective, where we need to understand what are the skills that people acquire by following a specific training or certification throughout their lifetime, right? So very important policy goal that ESCO facilitates. Concretely, so ESCO is a tool. It's meant to be used. It is offered free of charge on our portal, and I will get to it later. But just to show you the structure, we've mainly covered two pillars, an occupation pillar with around 3,000 occupations, and a skills pillar where we have around 14,000 skills. And so to show you a bit the structure, on the left-hand side, you can see the occupational structure, and we are following here an international standard. We're following ISCO, which is the International Standard for Occupation Use across the world for statistical purposes. And we have taken ISCO as a hierarchy where we cluster all the more detailed skills that we have in ISCO. And so, of course, we're covering all the sectors of the economy, ranging from healthcare to agriculture to construction, etc. For the skills pillar, again, we have a very rich amount of data, 14,000, as I said. Again, we have a skills hierarchy, which is very useful, very practical, in order to be able to understand what are those skills, what are we talking about in terms of skills. And here we have knowledge as well, we have language skills, occupation-specific skills, and also, very importantly, transversal or soft skills. And to tell you a bit more about the occupations, we have very important information that is mostly relevant for IT, let's say, applications. So because ESCO is a machine readable tool, we have come up with a lot of information. So for example, for each occupation, we are providing a description. What does occupation mean? Then we're providing alternative labels, which are actually synonyms. So we are thinking, how is this occupation described differently in another language or in a specific sector? So we use an abundance of information that refers to an occupation. We also provide information about any regulatory aspects, if there are, and then for each occupation, we provide a set of skills. Very importantly, we make a distinction between essential skills and optional skills and knowledge for every occupation. As I said, yes, ESCO is meant to be used as a tool, so it can be read by machines, but of course it can be used simply like this by browsing the portal by humans. We have a unique identifier, so for every occupation you can identify this occupation throughout the years. Let's say there is no change in the URI, and it's available in 28 languages, so 24 European languages and Norwegian, Icelandic, Arabic, and this year we also launched it in Ukrainian. On the right-hand side, you can see a bit how an occupational profile looks like. So as I went, I will later go through with you on the portal. You can do the same following me. But a bit about the skills profiles. Again, we have an abundance of skills, but we saw the need to cluster them, to classify them according to a multiple of hierarchies. So as I said, we have a skills hierarchy, a transversal skills hierarchy, a specific hierarchy for knowledge concepts, and for languages. And in the same manner, we provide for every skill a description. We provide synonyms for that skill, and also reusability levels. So we specify if this skill is an occupation specific skill, or if it's a cross-sectoral skill, or if it's a transversal skill. And then, as I mentioned, we have relations between occupations and skills. So for every skill, we will mention if which are the essential occupations and which are the optional occupations. And moreover, this year we included a very interesting feature. We are working to identify, for example, existing green skills, also digital skills and research skills. So this is just a way of saying out of the 13,000 skills that we have in the classifications, which are the ones that can be considered specifically green or specifically relevant for the digital sector, for research, etc. And this is very useful for our stakeholders, as we have learned so far. Now I would like to take you through the showcase. So let me I will stop sharing for a second, and I think I'll go to the portal, share again. Just a second, I apologize. I think it's here. So I think you can see my screen, right? Please let me know if you don't. This is the ESCO portal. So as I said, ESCO is free of charge, available on our website. And I wanted to take you through the classification. So as I said, we have occupation, skills, competencies. If we click on the occupations page, here on the left, we are prompted with the ISCO hierarchy. And actually what we can do is to browse through the classification, browse through the hierarchy, to then go at a lower level of detail. And then in this case, for example, I'm just taking hospitality, retail and services managers. And at the lowest level, hotel managers, we have accommodation manager, which is an ESCO occupation. So you see, we go from a higher level of abstraction to a more granular level where we can identify a concrete occupation. So when we look at the occupation, we can see that there is always a description. So we're always describing what this occupation is about. What does it involve? What does it mean? And then we provide alternative labels. Again, very important. These are synonyms, as you can see here. For accommodation manager, we can often see in job vacancies, for example, that people are calling it restaurant manager or hotel general manager, or it can also be youth hostel manager. So different labels that describe the same occupation. And this is very important data especially when we're talking about job matching. Then we arrive at the skills and competencies that are relevant for this occupation. And here they are listed. Again, essential, we're talking about essential skills when these are core skills relevant for this occupation. And the optional skills are those that sometimes can occur, but really depends on the country, on the industry, on the tools that people are using. So this is why we classify them here as optional. And also we make the distinction between knowledge and skills. So here you can see an optional knowledge for this occupation, while there is no there's no essential knowledge described for this. And then we have the concept URI. So this is always going to accompany, this aspect will always accompany an occupation. Then if we go to the skills pillar, we can see already on the left-hand side the skills hierarchy that I told you. So for example, this is in the knowledge hierarchy. Again, we can drill down from the higher level of abstraction to actual concrete knowledge concepts in ESCO. So again, once I'm there at the lowest level, you can see aeroponics in this case. We have a description for the skill. We have more information if this is a knowledge or it's a skill, and then the reusability level, if it's a sector-specific skill or cross-sectoral or transversal. And then from the skill, we can again obtain more information if it's optional skill for these occupations in this case. What is also very nice is that we can also search for skills in the database, similarly in the occupation. So let's say I'm thinking about a plumber. Do I find this information in ESCO? I can just type it, find, and it hits me with the occupations that we currently have, right? Again, if I'm thinking, I don't know, about chemist, do we have something related in ESCO? Yes, we do. And we have actually quite a lot of detail. We have different types of chemist occupations. So it really is a lot of information about occupations and about skills that I wanted to show. And then maybe lastly here about the use case, how to get ESCO. So as I mentioned, it's here available. You can actually use the portal, but you can also download the classification for free. It's just a matter of here including what version you want to download. And then you can get any of the languages that you might be interested in. And so you will have it exported on your computer. Okay. Then I'll go back to my PowerPoint. I hope you can still see my screen, my PowerPoint. I'll continue then.
Excuse me, we're still seeing the ESCO page.
Okay, sorry, then I share it again. Thank you. All right, so yes. I wanted then to share a few words about how we came up, how we developed ESCO, because it was a quite substantial process throughout the years. ESCO actually started in 2012. We published in 2017, and since then we're continuously improving the classification. But firstly, we started by, with the desk research, we looked at different sources available at national level, but also at international level. So as you have seen, we are using international standards for occupations, but we have looked at other national classifications of occupations and skills. There are quite a few at European level. So we have done some sort of gap analysis. We wanted to make sure that what we have in ESCO covers basically at a decent level of granularity all the occupations relevant for the European labor market. And moreover, we looked at job vacancies, at different publications by specific sectors. And then we also did a bit of, we looked a bit into some qualifications into the learning outcomes descriptions. So of course, we had to follow specific terminological guidelines in order to come up with a structure that is standardized. So as I showed you, every occupation and every skill has a description. So there are standard ways in which we describe these concepts. There are specific action verbs that we have used. And then these guidelines were very helpful for us in order to ensure proper quality assurance. And we have done the same for every language in ESCO. And then very importantly is the review by stakeholders. So we have worked with many stakeholders in the different economic sectors in order to review these ESCO concepts. So we incorporated their feedback constantly in our development process, because we really wanted to make sure that the language that we have in ESCO about those specific occupations and those specific skills really do reflect the reality out there. So we had experts coming from the education and the training sector, but also from the labor market. And once this was reviewed by stakeholders in the sector, then we validated everything by member states authorities, so by the ministries of education and employment in the EU. And we had several rounds of consultations also for the translation. So just to say that there's a lot of stakeholder consultations involved to come up with the final version that you can see on the portal. And it's really a process that makes ESCO trustworthy because of all these steps and all the involvement of the different stakeholders and member states. Now, if I can move forward, yes. So we launched recently a new version. So of course, ESCO as a classification needs to keep up with the trends in the labor market. So for this purpose, we will continue to release new versions of ESCO where we include information, so new skills, new occupations that take into account, in this example, the green and the digital transition, right? So we looked at emerging technologies, we looked at the transversal skills that are, coming up, and for this purpose, in the new major version, we have added new green skills, new digital skills. We included more research skills. And lastly, we had a new model for transversal skills. And what is very innovative for us is that we have applied artificial intelligence and machine learning to better manage the classification. So with this process, with these new technologies, we are now able to look at job vacancies, online job vacancies from the different languages in order to understand what are the skills that are missing in ESCO, and then they are emergent on the labor market, and we need to keep into account. Yes, I mentioned the green skills. It was very interesting and very important for us to be able to say out of those 14,000 skills, which are green skills according to a definition by ZDFOP. So we had a look at our classification, and we came up with around 400 skills that we can assign as green skills, also around 180 knowledge concepts and transversal skills. And we see this very useful information for our stakeholders, especially for researchers. And this is just an example of a green skill that you can see here on the screen. For example, train staff to reduce food waste. As I mentioned, always we have a description for each skill that is very, very useful. A word on the transversal skills. You see on the left the hierarchy that I mentioned. So here we are really covering information about different sectors. You have management skills, you have clusters about digital, working with computers, related to construction, and also our recent updated transversal skills hierarchy, which takes into account different aspects, life skills and competencies, environmental issue, digital, as I mentioned. So it ends up in the fact that now we currently have 95 transversal skills in ESCO. A short note on who are the people that are using ESCO. Currently, we see that around 120, the latest information, 120 organizations are using ESCO. These are what we call ESCO implementers, because they actually take the tool and use it in projects, in research, and also in IT applications to deliver HR services or career guidance, etc. Increasingly, we have, of course, many visits to our portal. So people are looking to understand what is ESCO. They also download it for those purposes. And interestingly, we see that there are many publications, so research publications that are mentioning ESCO, especially when we are talking about machine learning and artificial intelligence. And then in terms of the distribution of these organizations, we see that around 43% of the organization interested or using ESCO are actually public sector organizations. And then a bit more than half are private sector organizations, specifically SMEs and even startups. They really find ESCO very, very useful at the start of their business. And then in terms of what organizations do they represent, we see that around 20% of these organizations are human resource management providers and job portals that find ESCO very useful for their job matching and job searching purposes, but then also educational institutions and research institutions find ESCO quite interesting. And then I would like to tell you a bit about use cases. So what can ESCO actually do? So as I mentioned, ESCO is very important for job matching and job searching because you have these skills currency and these occupations. It's very easy to be able to compare vacancies with CVs and then based on this suggest best matches. So this is a very important use case. This is what is happening now in Europe at the level of the public employment services. But ESCO is also very interesting for the big data analysis of labor market, where ESCO skills are really relevant to understand the demand of skills and occupations that come from online job advertisements. And there is a very big and interesting project done by a new agency that looks at all the member states, at all the online vacancies and tries to detect the skills demand, right? So then once you know what is the skill demand, you can then of course try to adapt the learning outcomes of qualifications and training that is provided. And this is where it can become interesting to use ESCO for updating curricula. We also see ESCO being used in for the validation of informal and non-formal learning, especially with the use of digital badges, because ESCO is really useful to identify, also assess, and finally certify the knowledge and skills that are acquired outside of formal learning. And then lastly, can be used also for graduate tracking in order to assess the skills mismatches over time of graduates. And then coming about the topic of how to use ESCO for qualifications and training, well, I think first of all, ESCO can be used as a starting point. So the occupational profiles can be used as an inspiration to really understand in my area, what are the occupations and what are the skills required for that occupation. So really can use the descriptions and the detailed amount of information that is in ESCO to get inspiration about learning outcomes, how to describe learning outcomes, for example. Then I will speak about it later, but we have an IT tool that we are providing again for free, which is helping to reference learning outcomes of qualifications to ESCO skills. And this really is really an interesting work and useful work. And then lastly, as I mentioned, again, ESCO skills can be used to develop skills intelligence. So understanding what are the skills in high demand, and then use these results to later inform curricular reform. And then again, I put here the profile and occupational profile that can be used as an inspiration. So as I said, based on your sector, you can have a look at the occupations that are described there, at the non-preferred terms, at the skills, and actually, yes, use them as an inspiration to define learning outcomes. And then ESCO, of course, is a common reference. As I said, it can be useful and relevant for qualifications because it supports transparency. It also supports comparison between qualifications, and it can also help to analyze the content of a qualification. So actually, what are the skills and the competences that are required or mentioned in this qualification? And then also, ESCO can be used to enhance personalized career guidance services. We have seen examples in the UK, for example, where researchers have actually looked at jobs that were at risk of automation. And then using ESCO and, of course, artificial intelligence, they were able to say, to suggest career paths, personalized career paths and learning for these jobs into better jobs. So we also see it in the private sector where ESCO is used to identify skill gaps, and based on those skill gaps, suggested training is provided. Again, is always about skills and competences. So once you have this currency, ESCO as a currency of skills, then it's very easy, let's say, if you have the right digital technology, to be able to personalize career training, to be able to do job matching, and to suggest training. And then lastly, as I said before, ESCO can support the validation in non-formal and informal learning by providing these digital badges and micro credentials. And now I would like to take the time to explain a bit more in detail how ESCO is used in a few use cases in the education space. And one example comes from Australia, where a digital research network is using ESCO to reskill and upskill their workforce. They use it in different projects, but it's very interesting to see that they use ESCO to evaluate the currency of vocational education and training courses by comparing the content of these courses to ESCO skills. Of course, they use machine learning and artificial intelligence for this purpose, but to make it very simple and easy to understand, they actually take the phrases that they are described in the courses, and they try to understand the similarity with the ESCO skills descriptions. And based on this process, they train their AI model, and ultimately they are able to identify gaps, skill gaps in the courses that are provided for the Australian occupations. And then this information can be used to inform training providers of the results, and then they can review their offerings and update their curricula. So it's very important to know that ESCO can actually be used for these purposes. Of course, it's with the help of machine learning, but actually is very relevant to see that ESCO as a standard, as a classification, can be used for this type of comparison. Another use case comes from Italy, where a public administration of a region in Italy is using ESCO to assess the skills and occupations that are relevant for the big data sector in order to adapt the curricula on offer in the region. So they do this by providing, by doing analysis, quantitative and qualitative analysis, and they started first by identifying the occupations and skills relevant to the sector based on ESCO, and they also looked at job vacancies. So again, they have used a bit of machine learning behind to be able to understand what is the demand from online vacancies. And once they have identified these occupations and skills in the big data sector, so typically software developers or cloud engineers, once they have identified these occupations, then they have done surveys to employers and education providers and teachers. Very importantly, they work with both sectors, and they did focus groups really to understand what are the most required skills in this sector. So the result of the project is that they have a better understanding of the regional skills landscape. They could validate the occupations and the skills that are required on one side by the labor market and the ones that are supplied by the universities. And then so together they are now working towards a public-private partnership on skills development, and they even want to provide digital badges for their students as a result of this very interesting project. And here I wanted to show you how does it look in practice. So sorry, it's in Italian, but you can see on the left-hand side in blue, those are the skills that have been identified based on ESCO that are relevant by, they are considered relevant by employers, right? And then on the right-hand side, you can see the skills that are considered relevant by teachers in universities. So by looking at both sides, at the skills, they have come up with a list of skills that are core, let's say, for the occupations. And also they looked at where the mismatch is. So they really work together to update their curricula accordingly in this sector. So this is just a matter of showing you how ESCO practically can be used in order to have conversations with different stakeholders. And the last use case comes again from Italy with the university in Milano, whereby they have a project using ESCO to describe or annotate learning outcomes of massive online courses. So again, here they compare the content of training courses to ESCO skills, and they also make the link explicit in their portal, and I'll show you later on. So really, here ESCO is used just as I showed you via the portal. Educational staff is using the browse and the search function to look at the skills and try to match ESCO skills to the learning outcomes that they have in their MOOC. And so once they have this match, they annotate it and they create new learning outcomes inspired by ESCO. And this all helps them to facilitate interoperability, actually. For example, if they have another training institutions with which they want to cooperate, and they also use ESCO skills to annotate or to describe learning outcomes, this is much more easy to do because ESCO is there as a common reference language. Here looks in practice. We have on the right a screenshot from their courses. You can see intended learning outcomes for ethics of artificial intelligence. So they have they are describing learning outcomes, and then in week 3 you can see that their learning outcome is annotated or tagged with an ESCO skill, which is ESCO address problems critically and also think analytically. These are all ESCO skills that are being attached or annotated to their existing learning outcomes. Again, as I said, they're tagging courses with ESCO skills in order to have this reference to a common standard that allows interoperability of learning opportunities among the stakeholders, and then also ultimately then can support the recognition of online learning opportunities because everybody knows what is the content of the training or the learning opportunity, as long as it's described in skills and competencies. And then lastly, I wanted to tell you about a pilot that we are doing using artificial intelligence. In ESCO, we wanted to test the suitability of linking ESCO skills to qualifications. And we wanted to test this approach for different institutions, for different types of qualifications and different publication processes across member states. So for this purpose, we have developed a multilingual platform based on artificial intelligence that is suggesting relevant ESCO skills and knowledge concepts based on the content of a qualification. So we had several participants from the EU member states. We had social partners and training providers involved in the pilot, but also the European Training Foundations with a selection of African qualification involved in the pilot. And the insights that we got was that, of course, the more data we have, the better the matching is. And it's also important to improve the languages, whatever the data is available. So we really count on native languages, those qualifications to be able to improve the algorithm. And then ultimately the formulation of learning outcomes is very important. And I will share here, yes, the screen for you to see a bit how the tool looks like. So on the left-hand side, we have the number of qualifications that you can see. And then on the right-hand side, at the top, sustainable urban water systems, we have the text of the qualification. So in this case, is a non-structured text. It's just a stream of information of text. We don't know exactly what is the content. So what the AI tool does is that it splits this text into learning outcomes, specific learning outcomes that you see in the middle of of the screen, so learning outcomes entities. And based on those learning outcomes, then the tool is suggesting at the bottom of the screen ESCO skills. So as you see, manage water flows and catchments, water policy, these are all ESCO skills that are suggested as being relevant for this qualification. And then this tool is really meant to facilitate the work of the validator, right? So then we have a user that says, yes, I agree with this skill, it is really relevant, but then users can also search for the entirety of the classification and look also at transversal skills and other types of skills that we have in the classification. And so this tool will be available on our website by the end of this year. It is going to be a more simplified version of this tool, but actually we want to support organizations and training providers with the linking of their learning outcomes to ESCO skills. So this will be an online free tool that can be used from the end of this year. And I encourage you to have a look and give it a try. And then I will stop here with again, mentioning how you can start using ESCO. So you can look at our portal, you can find here the link. You can also download the ESCO at our portal. And of course, you can always contact us. We are happy to provide any technical support on how to use ESCO for different use cases. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take on any questions.
Thank you very much, Laura. I was actually very impressed, and I just wanted to know, can any country use the ESCO tools?
Yes, absolutely. So currently ESCO is used in the European Union, but also outside. So we have countries, especially in Latin America, that is using ESCO. We have public employment services in Peru and Chile, also in Malaysia, in Israel. So it really is becoming an international standard of some sorts, because we see that is very valuable. It's very rich source of information, can be also adapted to specific national labor markets. So ESCO is out there to serve all stakeholders that need it.
Thank you very much, Laura. There are questions on the chat that we will immediately ask Laura to respond to. Erika, are you able to read the questions or show it?
Yes, so there is one question from the Jupiter Zoom. Hi, Laura, on what basis are the skills, knowledge, etc. hierarchies determined? How does this compare with leveling such as in the AQF context?
Yes, so the skills and the hierarchies in ESCO have been determined, as I said, by looking at international standards and national standards, but also looking at job vacancies and working a lot with experts in the field. So we had sectorial experts that, we sat together with them and we looked at how this occupation should be described, how these skills should be described, how, which are the skills that are relevant for this occupation. And we validated everything by member states authorities, so by the ministries of labor and education. This is how we came up, and we intend to keep ESCO up to date, of course, now also with the use of artificial intelligence based on job vacancies.
Thank you very much. Erika, I think there's another question.
In the chat, I don't see any other questions in the chat at the moment, but of course, if you receive something privately, please let us know.
Yeah, we have a question from Eduarda.
Thanks. Many thanks, Laura. It was very clear. I just wanted to ask Laura, there are some participants very interested here in the room in soft skills, transversal skills, and how to use them in the context of curriculum development and qualifications development. And I wanted to ask if you can give us some hints, and also how to easily find these terms that concern transversal skills, this new TSC approach, or any other thing that you might have already well structured, and also the green skills, how to easily find in the ESCO tool, in the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Eduarda. So yes, the transversal skills are a separate hierarchy on our portal, and they can be found. I can actually share again my screen if you want to show it again, so that it stays for everyone. Okay, here. So I hope you can see my screen. So as I said, we are here in the ESCO portal, classification skills and competencies, and this is the hierarchy that we have. And lastly, here you can see the hierarchy of transversal skills and competencies. And when you click, you have a further selection of these skills. So we have thinking skills and competencies, self-management skills and competencies. And again, you can browse through them until you get to the lowest level of detail here, which is an ESCO skill. So you can look through them, browse through them, but you can also download them from ESCO. So here, use ESCO, download ESCO. It's a bit special here because you have to create your own package. So let's say the latest ESCO version is version 1.1. We choose this version. And then from here, the content, we choose the classification. We use here the language. So let's put English, and then a file type, which is usually ODS, and then you export this data set. And actually this export goes into your email box once you fill in all the privacy statements and so on. And once you receive this email, you will be able to see everything, the occupations, the skills, the relations between the occupations and skills, the green skills that are labeled as such. So we will also have the digital skills. So everything should be in one package that you can, of course, if you need help to really understand everything, you can always contact us and we'll be happy to support you. But really the easiest is to browse through the classification and look at the occupations and the skills here in the hierarchy. I hope that helps.
And Colleen, there's still another question in the chat. I will just read it while we wait. From James Kivy. This is still a very black box approach. Surely we should be able to have a basic theoretical basis for leveling.
So in ESCO, unfortunately, for the moment, we don't have levels for skills. So we don't mention at what proficiency level the skill is actually, needs to be performed. But we have received this feedback in the past, and it is our long-term plan to come up with such levels for skills, because we know this is important and very useful for the different stakeholders. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Laura. We're going to take some questions from the floor. I see Robin. Anybody else? We can maybe take 2 questions. And Franz. Robin, go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you, Laura, for this presentation. I'm Robin from SADC Secretariat. We are actually working with Eduarda from ETF on the process of developing a generic competency-based framework for the TVET sector, obviously. And the next phase for us would be to move towards a set of minimum standards for different occupations. I think for us, that's really important, what you've just shown. I've got some of my technical committee members here, but pretty much at my next TCCA, I'll find a slot to kindly ask you to come and make a presentation Unfortunately for us, the reality of migration and mobility is very different. But that said, for us, it's extremely important because we want to develop the minimum standards for a number of professions, especially for member states, because within the context of mutual recognition agreement or bilateral agreements between member states. So we would most certainly welcome any support to that end. We are yet in the process of identifying some occupations, at least to start the process. But we will most certainly come back to you on this once we go forward with this. But thank you for this very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll be happy to support you as much as we can.
Okay, Franz, you can jump with your question.
Thank you so much. This is actually what we all appreciate in the sense of the skill sets, the occupational standards that are required, that inform the curriculum, that inform the development of the qualifications that get on the framework. Unfortunately, skills demands are driven by economic dictates in a given country or region. So Africa, as diverse as it is, would have different skills requirements. And I'm trying to understand how best you'd advise us if we want to promote portability of qualifications, mobility of skills, how we should go about that there is still congruence of what is required across the continent in terms of both, or should I say the domains on the framework. Did I come through?
Yes, I could hear you very well, but that's a very challenging question. So I'm afraid I don't necessarily have an answer. Of course, given the challenges that you face. Yes, I can share from what is happening here in Europe with the skills intelligence, where the ESCO skills are actually used to understand the information from job vacancies. But of course, we understand the limitation that not all sectors are represented in job vacancies. So there is a limitation to skills intelligence when looking purely at online job vacancies. So then more work needs to be done at the institutional level to come up with a solution. So I'm really sorry, I don't have a clear answer for this question.
Thank you very much, Laura. I think that's fine. Any other questions from the floor? Okay, I think then we're okay. Eduarda will be guided by you. We're going to take. Okay. Laura, thank you very much for your presentation and for doing the
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice afternoon.
We will be in touch. Thank you. Are we taking more questions? Okay. Okay, what we're going to do now, you have been preparing your questions for all the other topics that we've heard today. So now we will deal with those questions. Anyone who's raised some questions on the board there, you can just put up your hand and then we will try to deal with it in the room. Maybe we can start with, okay, we've got one question here. Anybody else? Okay, let's just deal with okay, there's two questions from that table. Okay, go ahead.
Alors, bonjour, Monsieur Douxier, Aoula Douxier, je suis le directeur de l'enseignement technique et la formation professionnelle de la République de Djibouti. Donc moi, j'ai posé des questions lors de l'intervention de Monsieur Salifou sur l'enseignement supérieur. Actuellement, nous sommes en train de construire notre cadre de certification et des questions, enfin, Il y a deux questions. La première question porte sur le fait, est-ce que le préfet, le technicien supérieur et la licence professionnelle font partie de l'enseignement supérieur ou de la formation professionnelle? Parce que actuellement, le ministère de l'Éducation nationale et la formation professionnelle forment un seul ministère et l'enseignement supérieur un ministère à part. Donc, dans la construction du cadre national de certification, en partant d'une réalité qui existe chez nous, c'est la confrontation entre les deux ministères pour savoir quelle certification relève de l'enseignement supérieur et quelle certification relève de l'éducation nationale et de la formation professionnelle. Ça, c'est une première question. La deuxième question porte sur le fait, est-ce que la reconnaissance des acquis de l'apprentissage permettent d'accéder à une certification supérieure, sachant que en partant encore de la réalité du pays, la République de Djibouti était composée d'une population agro-pastorale, enfin nomade pastorale, donc qui répugnait certains métiers, mais actuellement avec l'afflux de réfugiés, nous avons des personnes qui, eux, ont dans leur cursus acquis de métiers grâce à l'apprentissage, des métiers qui n'étaient pas pratiqués dans notre pays parce que c'était des métiers qui étaient vus de façon négative et qui n'étaient pas pratiqués pour des raisons culturelles par la population locale, mais qui sont pratiqués par les populations réfugiées qui aujourd'hui vivent à Djibouti. Et comme dans le cadre de l'IGAD, nous devons bien sûr intégrer les réfugiés dans le cadre de certification, nous devons tenir compte des réalités de ces populations-là. Il y a par exemple le métier de coiffeur. Chez nous, le métier de coiffeur était réservé, et je m'excuse si je vais choquer certaines personnes, était réservé à des castes inférieures. Donc, c'est une réalité qui existait en Afrique et elle existe chez nous. Les Djiboutiens de base, enfin les Djiboutiens, eux, qui étaient culturellement de nomades pastorales, ne pratiquent pas ce genre de métier. Ils disaient, ça sert à rien de donner son montant pour raser à quelqu'un d'autre, on risque de se faire tirer. Donc, c'est des choses culturelles. Mais actuellement, il y a des gens qui pratiquent. Et j'ai eu l'expérience une fois où j'étais dans un salon de coiffure, un coiffeur d'origine somalienne qui était réfugié, qui me parlait des origines de cheveux, des choses que moi-même j'ignorais. Il ne savait pas simplement couper des cheveux, mais il connaissait même le fait que l'ADN de cheveux avait imité ou des choses de ce genre-là. Alors, est-ce qu'en regardant bien sûr les acquis de cette personne, est-ce qu'on peut dire que cette personne-là peut accéder à des qualifications supérieures?
That's a question for Abdullah. Is there any other question about the Addis Convention or the Global Convention? Then we can maybe take those questions together, and then we can move on to the next. So there's a gentleman at the back, and I see Naveen, and I see this one in the front, and I also have a question, and maybe I should just quickly raise my question. In 1981, we had the Arusha Convention, and I'm part of this AQVN WhatsApp group, and people are looking for qualifications, looking for verification of institutions, and I'm wondering, you know, we had 20 years of the Arusha Convention, and we still don't have these registers in Africa. So what are we going to be doing differently with the Addis Convention? Because we want to see some movement. So that's my question. That's the second question. Let me go to the one at the back there. You can ask your question, and then Abdul, and then Naveen.
Thank you so much. I am Baguma Abdallah. So I thank you so much, Abdullah, for the status on the global convention, but also specifically the regional convention. I was privileged to be part of the initial discussion in Addis Ababa. So the question is, in view of the Arusha Convention that was revised, and also the beauty with the Addis Ababa Convention, do you envisage like a dissemination or a mapping of the compliance? Because though there are some countries that are yet to ratify, but if given where we were at the time of the revision of Arusha, already it indicated that actually the envisaged practices or the compliance was already in place. For instance, the National Quality Assurance Agencies, etc., etc. So for me, I would think as we wait for members to it continuously ratify, already there are practices that actually are aligned with the convention, and therefore do you envisage such a thing to see the extent to which we are already benefiting? Thank you.
Abdullah, do you want to answer that because you've got 3 questions, or do we take all 5 and then we can go? Okay, so you can go with your question.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Mon nom c'est Abdullah Hatsissé, donc je suis du Sénégal. J'interviens sur ces 2 conventions pour les raisons suivantes. La première, c'est que je faisais partie des personnes qui ont eu à rédiger la convention d'Addis. Et avec Myriam aussi, on était dans la convention mondiale et on a eu la chance aussi de présider le comité mondial d'édition. Je pense qu'on l'a dit, hein, la génération des conventions de 81 a des différences par rapport aux conventions actuelles. Et je pense que les différences fondamentales sont à mon niveau l'émergence de l'assurance qualité, mais aussi l'émergence des cartes de qualification. Ça, ce sont des éléments importants d'innovation que ces conventions soutiennent. La convention aussi, ou les conventions sont tellement importantes par rapport aux cartes de qualification, parce que ces nouvelles conventions introduisent un nouveau droit aux porteurs de qualification. Les porteurs de qualification ont le droit de se faire reconnaître leur qualification. Ils ont même le droit de faire un recours si un pays ou institution refuse donc de se positionner. Ça appelle notre responsabilité, nous tous, en tant que pays qui doit avoir les outils de répondre à ce nouveau besoin qui est la qualification. Donc, vous voyez que ces cadres de qualification sont des instruments extrêmement importants, aussi bien pour la Convention d'Addis Abeba que la Convention mondiale. Ici, ajoute que ces conventions aussi sont là pour favoriser les modalités d'apprentissage et d'enseignement non traditionnels. Moi, quand je mets non traditionnel, je mets tout ce qui est dedans, la validation des acquis, l'enseignement à distance, les microcrédits, tout ce qu'on va faire, qu'on sait maintenant et qu'on ne sait pas, même dans le futur. Ça, c'est extrêmement important comme instrument de transformation et d'évolution donc de notre système. L'autre élément aussi qui me semble important, qu'on doit prendre en compte dans ces conventions, c'est la mutualisation des ressources. Ça, c'est extrêmement important. Au-delà de la mobilité, je pense que l'inclusivité et la mobilité des ressources humaines est extrêmement importante. C'est dans ce sens où la Convention met une place importante aux réfugiés. Donc, ça rejoint aussi le cadre que vous êtes en train de développer au niveau de votre sous-région concernant les réfugiés. Voilà un peu les quelques contributions que je voulais apporter par rapport à ces 2 conventions. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Abdul. Naveen, you have a question?
Thank you, Colleen. Yes, so I have 2 questions very quickly. The one is specific to do with the Addis Convention. And I think I do apologize for the fact that I've been asking this question on other platforms too. The whole issue of resources, I'm not very sure how does the Addis Convention and the countries who are ratifying the Addis Convention, how are they looking at the implementation? Because I know, and I participated in the implementation of the Addis Convention, but without the whole talk or the conversations on resources, it does become a challenge on how we're going to take this forward. Related to this, and I know in some of the platforms, including the SADC, the issues of delays in ratification, I think that's something that is a worry. In fact, one big worry was the lack of understanding of the Addis Convention by other platforms and the inability of many of the platforms, regional platforms, to make the link to the Addis Convention is something that we probably need to see it, how it can be addressed. That was my first. The second is, again, Mr. Salifu, I'm very interested when we talk about the recognition of qualifications, again, on the use of the word qualifications, and then we constantly hear of credentials. I find it very confusing. And what do we mean? Is there a difference when we're talking about credentials versus qualification? Or is this, again, a north-south divide that we're talking about? Or it is not? I really trying to understand this area of the difference in terminologies, because everywhere, including the qualifications framework, using the word qualifications, but there's a constantly, I grapple when I'm dealing with other networks, whether it is North America or Europe. What does it mean to be talking about credentials? Are we taking into account formal and non-formal? People have spoken about these, and I really would like to have some light put on that particular use of this terminology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naveen. Dr. Salifu, is that okay? You've got quite a number of questions now. So we'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank all the colleagues who addressed the question. And my thank also to my friend Abdou, who helped me to clarify some, let's say, some concepts and help to answer one or two questions. First of all, let's say it is a very important question from Djibouti. Our colleague from Djibouti said that for the qualification regarding, comment on appelle, laissez-moi m'exprimer un peu en français là, il a parlé des gens qui font la licence professionnelle. Est-ce que la licence professionnelle relève, est-ce que ça relève de l'enseignement supérieur ou de la formation technique et professionnelle? Alors, sur cette question, c'est simple, puisque la licence professionnelle fait partie de l'ordonnancement du LMD, licence, master, doctorat. De ce point de vue-là, il n'y a pas de doute que c'est une formation supérieure, professionnelle, courte, si on veut dire. Alors, maintenant, il y a des licences qui sont génériques. Donc, il n'y a pas de doute là-dessus s'il y a du débat au niveau donc, du ministère. Je suis heureux de constater que Djibouti a ratifié la convention d'Addis. Et donc, le conseiller de Djibouti, qui est le délégué de Djibouti au sein du comité d'Addis, qui est présidé par notre président qui est ici, là, le professeur Djondo du Togo, qui est le président de la convention d'Addis. Je voudrais demander aux collègues de l'applaudir parce que c'est lui qui nous a accueillis à Lomé. C'est eux qui, effectivement, président au destin de la convention d'Addis. Alors, maintenant, il y a une autre question très pointue, je veux dire. Est-ce que les compétences de quelqu'un, un éleveur ou d'un coiffeur, par exemple, peut être reconnues comme une qualification de l'enseignement supérieur? Le tout dépend de l'organisme compétent de reconnaissance de compétences. Parce que c'est comme une question de droit. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a une structure qui est compétente, qui va examiner les dossiers en fonction des critères précis, transparents et justes. Et donc, c'est lui qui nous dira clairement si le niveau de ce coiffeur, le niveau de cet hébergeur, cet éleveur, peut lui permettre d'accéder à l'enseignement supérieur. Ce qui est certain, la convention d'Addis dit ceci clairement, qu'elle invite tous les États à examiner toutes les qualifications. Je réponds à mon collègue de l'Afrique du Sud, y compris les micro-certificats. C'est-à-dire que c'est vraiment un entonnoir. Toutes les qualifications, c'est ce que c'est dit là. Every qualification must be assessed by the competent authority of recognition. So, no distinction. I am not the person who will decide if I will open your access to higher education or not. It's the competent authority of recognition who will examine, assess, evaluate your file and now decide. Donc, ça, j'ai répondu à cette question-là. Another question, is there any difference between this convention and Arusha Convention? Thank you, Abdul. Arusha Convention, the updated version of Arusha Convention is Addis Convention. Since Addis Convention entered into force, now we forget Arusha Convention. Arusha Convention is, let's say, previous version, and is not taking into account the modernization of higher education, particularly online learning, inclusivity, and let's say also all the qualification. Because here we have the opportunity to examine, to evaluate, to assess all the qualification. This is the first point. The second point, at this convention, quality assurance mechanisms are at the heart of the convention. So it's not the same thing with Arusha Convention. So this is very clear, and now we have already forgotten Arusha Convention. Now, another question regarding the implementation of Addis Convention, because some state or some state party are having issue on how they can implement the convention. Let us say that the best way for us is the committee that we put in place in December 2021. In Togo, the president of the committee is here, and the committee is composed of all state parties that ratified the convention, and the body of the committee is the bureau of the committee, composed of Togo, the chair, first vice president, Gambia, second vice president, Congo Brazzaville, and the rapporteur who is in Lahore is participating in this training, Mrs. Ansusha for Mauritius. She's here. So if you are facing issue, difficulties anywhere regarding this convention, please send it, direct it to the Bureau of the Convention. They will find the solution. Let us say that we have already our work plan for 2 years. And I said during my presentation, next week, we will hold the first meeting of the focal point of let's say, the structure d'implémentation, structure nationale, African network implementation structures. And the implementation structures are composed mostly let's say, the Center of Information, National Information Center, who will provide information on the recognition of qualification and also help to solve some issue that my colleague from SAQUA raised up. Okay, deuxième question. Recognition of qualification. Yes, I already respond to this question. The qualification include all the kind of qualification, all kind of qualification, micro credential, digital credential. I don't know anywhere. Anyhow, put the issue on the table of the authority in charge of the recognition of qualification, and the decision will be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salifu. Eduardo, just as a contribution on the question of credentials.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Naveen. Maybe I will just refer to the work of UNESCO towards a common definition of micro-credentials, which was completed last year. The report is available, and it was based on a debate of a panel, a global panel of experts, which included also a representative from South Africa. And let me just read here the definition. So this is not global north, it is UNESCO. So it's global. Thank you. Many thanks, Neil. Just a second, I'm scrolling. So the definition is credentials, macro credentials and micro credentials. So the definition is credentials verify, validate, confirm, or corroborate a person's learning achievements, knowledge, and preparedness for performing tasks. Credentials are diverse with regard to their scope, status, and purpose. So that's the big definition in general terms, credentials. And that's from the UNESCO global work based on a global panel. And then, of course, if you are interested, there is then also the definition of macro credentials. Let me just take 1 second to read it. Generally, these include degrees, diplomas, certificates, licenses, often awarded by accredited, recognized, or regulated educational and other institutions or organizations. They indicate learning achievement on a broad body of knowledge, transferable skills, or technical proficiency, and may take a number of years to complete. While some are pursued for personal or general educational advancement, others are associated with qualifying to practice a particular profession or to follow a particular career path. This is the UNESCO definition. Thank you.
Okay. 1 second.
Okay, Dr. Salifo, yeah.
Yes, I think that it is in line with what I have just said. All those are qualifications. When you want to move from one country to another country and to recognize your qualification, you must submit micro, global, macro, all the qualifications, you submit it to the authority in charge of recognition. It is only this authority who is in position to say, now we can organize your qualification and open access to higher education, or to let you continue, start or continue studying in my country or in the country the recognition is sought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Naveen, do you have a burning comment?
Very quickly.
The burning comment from Naveen, and then we move on to the next.
Yeah. So when the term, thank you for explaining this. So when we use the term qualifications framework, is it an interchangeable word, the word qualification there with credential? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, when you say qualification framework is different from the qualification. Of course, the qualification is all the diplomas, degrees, title, micro and macro, all the qualifications that you have, you are the holders, and now you apply so to go in another country to continue to start. Now you submit to the authority in charge of the recognition. Now they will evaluate all those qualifications, and now let you know if there is no substantial differences, they will allow you to continue. If there is very big substantial difference, they will say no, please continue, update your qualification and come next year or 3 years after.
Okay, I think that that comes from a long debate to say, do we have a national qualifications framework or national qualifications and credential framework, or do we just say a national credential framework? What do we actually have? And then it also depends on the mandates. You know, if your mandate is only to recognize full qualifications, then you need to change your mandate to make sure that you can recognize something that is not a full qualification. So that's a long-standing debate already. We're moving off the topic of ADIS and global now. Can we take any questions on the RPL? Okay, we've got one. Any other takers? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll start with Ulfa and then this table here, and then I see Gabby and I see the gentleman over there. Ulfa, you can start.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, l'intervention par rapport à la VAE, la première, elle porte sur la présentation de M. Cello. Oui, ça a été présenté, les lignes directrices par rapport à la mise en place d'un système VAE, où il a parlé de la politique VAE, l'information, la définition des rôles et tout ça. Je pense que par rapport à l'information, il faut associer quelque chose de très important qui est l'accompagnement des candidats VAE. C'est primordial parce que c'est un processus de longue haleine, ça demande de la rigueur, de la persévérance et ces candidats, ils peuvent lâcher en mi-chemin. Donc c'est très bien de prévoir l'accompagnement sur leur demande, c'est-à-dire des personnes peuvent le demander, d'autres personnes peut-être que non. Ça c'est une chose. D'autre chose, il y a le côté financement. Sincèrement, je ne l'ai pas trouvé. Sans financement, je vous assure qu'un processus VAE ne peut pas aboutir parce qu'on revient que c'est un droit individuel et ces individus, que ce soit des travailleurs, des demandeurs d'emploi, ils ont besoin toujours de financement pour avoir la certification ou bien une partie de cette certification. L'autre question, elle est adressée à M. Mathias du Congo et d'ailleurs je le félicite pour le processus VAE du Cameroun. Désolée. Oui, c'est vos voisins, le Cameroun. Alors, est-ce que vous pensez à externaliser l'évaluation et la certification des candidats VAE par rapport à la formation? Parce que ce que vous avez présenté tout à l'heure, vous avez dit que vous aviez besoin d'un programme de formation par rapport à un métier donné pour évaluer un candidat VAE. Alors que pour un candidat VAE, il faut avoir tout d'abord un document, une référence pour la certification, pour l'évaluation, des critères et tout ça qui doit être fondé sur les acquis d'apprentissage et après prévoir aussi un programme de formation dans la logique de la formation tout au long de la vie parce que pour un candidat VAE, il est presque impossible d'avoir tout le diplôme dès le début. Donc, il faut prévoir toujours les parties du programme de formation qui manquent pour lui donner la chance de compléter un peu ce reste-là et avoir tout le diplôme. Et ça fait partie des défis de l'APC. Ma dernière remarque, c'est par rapport au crédit et l'intervention de M. James. Alors, lorsqu'on parle des crédits et dans la logique des cadres nationaux de certification et les acquis d'apprentissage, est-il opportun de lier les crédits aussi aux acquis d'apprentissage? Parce que le fait de dire que les crédits sont liés à un volume horaire, je peux vous dire qu'un volume horaire n'a pas de sens vraiment parce que ce qui est demandé par rapport au marché du travail, parce que ces crédits sont en fait liés à des certifications par rapport à des titres et tout ça, c'est un pouvoir d'agir à des démontrés et des compétences. Donc, sans l'évaluation, sans le fait de dire qu'on a vraiment ces compétences-là, le volume horaire n'a pas de sens parce qu'on peut suivre une formation, mais après de 10 heures, 20 heures, 100 heures, mais après, on n'a pas les compétences qu'il faut. Ça a été précisé d'ailleurs par la présentation du Kenya où ils ont dit, le volume horaire, je pense que c'est la condition pour se présenter à l'évaluation et ça reste toujours pour l'apprentissage formel. Ou bien penser à quelque chose d'hybride pour couvrir, c'est-à-dire tous ces aspects et ces concepts à la fin. Merci.
For that question, I think it was one for Matthias Bonongo, and then I think there were also some credit accumulation question. So, James, have you got that? Okay, so we're going to, let me move to this table because this gentleman's hand has been up for a long time. So the one, you can ask your question and then we'll move to the two Gabby and the other.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mading and I'm from South Sudan. My concern is on the recognition of prior learning skills. I was wondering whether there are obstacles towards the attainment of recognition of prior learning. In my country, we have a lot of skills that are not recognized. And in terms of national qualification framework, we are still at the stage of what Eduardo was referring as the implicit stage. So we would like to try by all means to avoid the pitfalls that other countries that are in advanced stage have gone through. So I would like to be advised by those who might have reached those other levels, and maybe so that we avoid those challenges in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We do have on the ACQF website, there are also peer learning webinars that focus solely on RPL, and there's a lot of learning there that you can also pick up. What you don't want to make the same mistakes that other countries have made, and I mean there are 10 African cases, so you can there's a lot of information already available. But thank you for that question and for that comment. Dr. Salifu and Gabby, and then another Abdul here in the front.
Yes, of course, this Abba Convention, as well as the Global Convention, open the window for the recognition of prior learning, because this in the vein of the promotion of lifelong learning. So, as I have just said, it depends on the authority in charge of the recognition who will now determine if this prior learning can be used as a tool to have access to higher education. And if there is no, let's say, substantial differences between the objective of the diploma and...
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry. Okay, if there is not substantial differences between the objective of the diploma and the application of the candidates who want his prior learning to be recognized, to be sought, yes. So no problem for this convention as well as for the global convention.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Salifu. Gabby, there was... Gabby?
Thank you, Colleen. Good afternoon, everyone. My question relates to credit accumulation and transfer. It says, how can we possibly guard against exploitation of the no duplication of learning principle? Do we have any recommendations or a standard coming from ACQF? Maybe I can just give an illustration, just a practical example. An institution maybe awarding a qualification at level 6, can they later on, maybe a few years down the line now, design a one-year program now so that upon graduation, those students now will be awarded a level 7 qualification? Of course, the claim would be a lot of the skills, competencies, and everything, learning outcomes were covered whilst at level 6. So now they are adding just 1 year now to award a level 7. So I'm just looking at the possibility of exploitation when we say we don't want duplication of learning. So institutions, higher education providers may exploit that. How do we guard against that one? Is there a clear recommendation speaking to that? How much credits can be transferable from lower level to the next level? Is there parameters that we can do that are clearly outlined? That is one. 2, on RPL. Maybe I should have declared, I work for an organization that serves as a national quality assurance agency and also has the mandate of development and implementation of the NQF. So we also deal a lot with higher education providers. So in RPL, you'd find that also they would have a whole class. I'll make an example. A whole class that has been enrolled through RPL. So also exploitation comes into play. So for me, I would like us to just have a discussion, because I'm also aware that in other countries, they cap it at 10% to say for higher education, you cannot enroll over 10% of a class through RPL. So I wanted to just hear views from the great minds in this house as to how one can go about regarding that. Also, issues around level 8, post-grad, honestly, in higher education, can we enroll people into post-grad through higher education, through RPL in higher education? So those are the issues that I was hoping we could have a discussion around. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Gabby, I hear your question. I also know that there are countries that it is capped, and because higher education is funded and it affects funding, there's a lot of things that actually needs to be considered, the mitigating circumstances, but I will leave it to the collective wisdom of this group. But we'll take Abdullah's question. Abdul, we'll take a question and then we'll get to the responses.
Merci beaucoup. J'ai une contribution et deux questions. La première contribution, c'est par rapport aux objectifs du VAE. Je pense qu'au-delà de la poursuite d'études de l'intégration du marché au travail, je pense que l'un des objectifs les plus importants, c'est lié à l'individu même. C'est de se faire reconnaître tous ses efforts tout le long de sa vie. Je pense que c'est le premier élément qui est fondamental pour moi, plus que même l'insertion et donc la poursuite d'études. J'ai deux questions. Comment la VAE ou les pays ou les organismes qui mettent en œuvre la validation des acquis se donnent les moyens de respecter les principes de l'APC et de toutes les réformes actuellement, c'est-à-dire que la centralité de toutes nos actions autour de l'apprenant ou du porteur des acquis. Et l'autre élément aussi qui est important, c'est l'équité et l'égalité des chances. Donc, par rapport à ça, je demande comment les systèmes se donnent les moyens pour accompagner efficacement les gens qui veulent être dans le processus de validation des acquis. Deuxième question, quel est le modèle économique ou quel est le mode de financement que vous mettez en place pour soutenir l'ensemble des personnes qui veulent se faire accepter leurs compétences, même s'ils sont pauvres? Parce que si vous faites porter toute la charge à l'individu, peut-être que nous allons exclure des personnes qui sont compétentes, mais malheureusement qui n'ont pas un niveau économique et financier qui lui permettent de bénéficier donc de ce droit à l'éducation, à la formation, à la reconnaissance des compétences et des acquis. Merci.
Thank you very much. That will be the last input, and then we will take some responses because we are already about 10 minutes over time. So we will. Oh, we still got. Okay, we can still go on some more. Okay, so we can have some responses. I'm not sure for Dallas, are you going to be responding? And Matthias and James. Maybe we'll start with Fidelis.
Thank you. The first comment was, I'm taking it as a comment on the support for RPL candidates, and I wish to include that support, the comment also on the funding models. When it comes to support for RPL candidates, all we are saying as a guideline is that this is how RPL should be done. But it's up to country capabilities of being able to spare some resources that could be given around those issues. I'll take an example from my home country, Zambia. RPL is commonly implemented in the TVET sector. Around there, different organizations, different donor-funded organizations support such initiatives Also, as a country, we have what is called a TVET fund. Through that special TVET fund, institutions advertise for such candidates to enroll for such a program in different fields or skill areas at which they can be assessed and awarded this recognition certificate through RPL. Yes, it is an activity that requires resources, because if you are talking of practical skills and you want people to demonstrate the skills that they have, there are materials that must be bought to conduct these assessments. It is a cost, and therefore institutions would always charge some of the candidates that come through in order to be able to conduct this particular assessment. The question that was asked in terms of what you would do in an event that there is no qualification framework, it is very, very possible, even if you don't have a qualification framework that is already operational, but as long as you have standards that guide the award, the training in those specific fields of skills, you could still use those curricula to design a practical session for somebody to be tested around that particular skill. I don't know if all of us would understand if I used the term trade testing. For us, it was a common phenomenon. Trade testing. It's one area where testing of competences for RPL easily come in. You would use trade test approach perspective, particularly for those never been to school, those that may not necessarily need to enroll and first be oriented in practical sessions before the final assessment. You can have different levels of assessing using trade testing and award those particular competency certificates in those areas. How do we validate RPL? I think if you look at the presentation that was done this morning, you use a variety of perspectives for you to determine the competence levels of this individual. You can begin by interviewing this person, orally discussing his ability, what he knows about that particular job or task or skill. You can take him through a written assessment. You can observe him by giving him a task to perform. You design a task that he will perform with all parameters of performance standard that you expect to see. For instance, if it's in the masonry area or bricklaying, you can design a particular corner of a building that you want him to construct. He should be able to construct and demonstrate the building of such a structure, including plastering about it. If it is about carpentry, you may want to see how he's able to make traces for roofing a house. So you can come up with all sorts of projects that he's able to do and demonstrate his skill in those areas by observation and by interview, and also by looking at the end product that he may give to you. You can also follow up, go to his place where he has done, because he will claim that I've been doing this. You can site visit those areas where he has done all those projects and take a look at his work. Funding models, I think suggesting funding models would be very, very difficult around this stage. I'm unable, unfortunately, to suggest a funding model for RPL support. Thank you. I think in a nutshell, this is where I end for RPL comments.
Thank you very much, Fidelis. I think it was very clear.
Thanks very much, Fidelis. As far as funding is concerned, I wanted just to mention the example that is now being promoted across the European Union of individual learning accounts. Let's say a bit like vouchers, if you want. It's maybe interesting to take this into account. It concerns not only RPL, of course, it's lifelong learning as a whole. RPL is part of it.
Oui.
Thank you so much. Dr. Salifu, do you have something burning?
Yes,
Yeah,
in
burning.
French it will be better for me. Comme l'a dit Edouarda, par exemple, en France, il y a le compte individuel de formation. Voilà, donc, l'organisme de formation t'envoie, puisque tu as travaillé un certain nombre d'années, et il t'envoie des relances pour dire, ah ouais, vous avez de l'argent pour pouvoir recevoir des formations dans le cadre de validation d'acquis et d'expérience. Donc, le tout dépend de nos pays. Si nos pays n'ont pas les moyens de la formation tout au long de la vie, parce que la formation tout au long de la vie aussi demande un accompagnement technique, mais également financier. Donc, on ne peut pas faire la formation tout au long de la vie si on n'a pas les deux accompagnements. Merci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salifu. We're going to go to Matthias Panongo from Cameroon.
Oui, je voudrais juste signaler, et lorsque je finissais ma présentation, j'ai dit qu'un des défis fondamentaux, c'était la question de financement. Au Cameroun, aujourd'hui, après la taxe patronale qui est reversée au Fonds national de l'emploi, que ce fonds ne peut même pas utiliser véritablement. Parce que nous avons aujourd'hui le principe de l'unicité des caisses. C'est-à-dire que le directeur général du Fonds national de l'emploi fait un budget de l'ordre de 8 milliards de francs CFA, par exemple, pour une année. On a à sa disposition 2 milliards de francs CFA. Avec ça, on arrive à constater qu'il aura beaucoup de limites à remplir son cahier de charges. Le ministre de l'Emploi et de la Formation professionnelle, donc, a engagé au cours de l'année 2021 un cabinet pour pouvoir faire une étude sur le financement de la formation professionnelle. Et les conclusions vers lesquelles ce cabinet est en train d'aboutir, c'est véritablement la mise en place d'un fonds de financement de la formation professionnelle qui soit autonome. Et quand on dit autonome, il faudrait arriver au-delà de l'autonomie de gestion, même que ce soit également une autonomie financière, de telle sorte que si on peut même avoir une gestion partagée entre les privés et le public, ce serait une très bonne chose, de telle sorte qu'on soit sûr que la ressource financière sera disponible en temps réel. Sur la question de l'externalisation telle que Olfa pose, je dois dire que, en effet, lorsque quelqu'un n'a pas un certain background, il ne peut pas compétir pour avoir la totalité d'un diplôme. C'est pour cela que l'approche par compétence est une opportunité, de telle sorte qu'on puisse évaluer un tel candidat compétence après compétence et que nous fassions l'accumulation de ces compétences-là. Si c'est ça qu'on appelle le crédit, c'est ça qu'on doit faire. Et donc, dans les travaux que nous sommes en train de proposer au ministre actuellement, lorsque tous ces travaux seront validés, le ministre envisage donc de créer un diplôme qu'on appellerait un certificat, l'attestation de qualification professionnelle. C'est-à-dire que si dans un programme de formation professionnelle, il y a par exemple 12 compétences et que quelqu'un vient pour faire valider ses compétences VAE pour la compétence 1, on va lui donner la portion de ce diplôme-là une fois. La prochaine fois, il revient, l'autre portion, ainsi de suite. À la fin, quand il a accumulé les 12 attestations de qualification professionnelle, il est en droit donc de réclamer son diplôme. Ça, nous sommes en train de réfléchir là-dessus. Nous vous attendons simplement maintenant à la fois l'ensemble des tests qui sont soumis à la sanction du Premier ministre pour que cela soit véritablement appliqué. Je ne sais pas si j'ai répondu à ta préoccupation. Merci.
We're running out of time, so I'm going to close the session. You know, whatever questions we didn't answer today, we will tackle tomorrow in the morning. There's a gala dinner at 7 o'clock tonight, just here in the room next door. Before we close, I just want to hand over to Eduarda, where she will take you through the agenda of tomorrow. But don't forget, at 7 o'clock, next door, gala dinner. Please come. Thank you, Eduarda.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for this, I think, very dynamic day, rich, information rich, debate rich. And just to remind us that tomorrow we start again at 10, and tomorrow is the big day of quality assurance. So the first country presentation is going to be done by Cape Verde, by the two representatives of the agency or authority, regulatory authority for higher education. So Paula and Alberto, here present, they are going to tell us about digitalization, the effects of digitalization, novelties related with recognition and quality assurance, which is the mandate of ARES. And then we have two, I think, brilliant presentations about quality assurance. So one will be done by Professor Michael Mawa. You know him from IUCA. He's going to relate ASGQA and ACQF. And then we have a second presentation more into, let's say, the workings, practical implementation of different aspects and tools of quality assurance of qualifications and providers. And then in the afternoon, we will have then SAQA sharing with us the knowledge, the wisdom, and the history a little bit, as well as the future perspectives, because I think, as we have been saying here, such an organization with history is always learning, and we are so interested in this learning part of SAQA. So we will be honored by the presence of senior management of SAQA, and it will be a 2 hours, more or less, session. Our dear Naveen is going to co-facilitate that part with our dear Miriam, who is tomorrow our main facilitator. And we will, in the end, still ask your patience tomorrow. It will be a shorter day for just a 15-20 minutes conversation about referencing and the tools for self-assessment. I'd like also to say that there is here in the room an interest expressed by SADC Secretariat in a discussion about articulation. So we can plan a space where countries could share very briefly how do they organize articulation, TVET, higher education, general education. So this is just an invitation. Please think about what would you like to share? 3 examples, 10 minutes each or so, on this topic that is of high interest. It was one of the important conclusions of the recent study on the state of play of TVET in the SADC region. Articulation features as an important, let's say, issue and topic to tackle. So our Robin came up with this idea. Let us use this brilliant platform here to reflect a little bit about this. And of course, if we are talking about national qualifications frameworks, we believe they do contribute to better, seamless, well-organized, transparent articulation. So, and we also know there are many issues in that domain, but there are also interesting cases, interesting examples, flexible pathways in South Africa. SAQA has already done once a presentation on this. So this is just an invitation. Who would like, maybe Cape Verde can talk about double certificações, dupla certificação, if you want to share just very briefly what is double certification and how does this contribute to articulation, or South Africa, or maybe Tunisia, I don't know, or Kenya. if you would like also to say a few words about articulation in your country. So anyone, Seychelles, I'm looking at Seychelles. I'd like we would like very much to hear a bit about Seychelles experiences. So bear this in mind. It's just an invitation if you want just to share 10 minutes about your approach to articulation and maybe also your issues. Of course, I don't even mention France. He might have very interesting things to share with us. France, you are most welcome. Anyone who would like to share 10 minutes about articulation, we can organize that space also. Many thanks. I think it was another very, very good day of debate and learning. Thanks everybody for the patience, for the effort, and for sharing. Thanks very much, Colleen, for the facilitation. A round of applause to Colleen. Thank you. See you tomorrow, or of course this evening for the dinner.